I welcome you all to the fourth day of APJ Abdul Kalam Technological University sponsored Faculty Development Program on Techniques for Disaster Management and Climate Change Adaptation Strategies, organized by the Department of Civil Engineering, MESCE Kuttippuram. Let us start today's session with a silent prayer. Thank you all. Today we have three sessions: disaster risk reduction, natural methods in structural engineering perspective, climate change, extreme weather events and challenges in disaster risk reduction, and Are We a Disaster? A dialogue with architect Satyaprakash Varanasi. Now, for the smooth conduct of the FDP, I would like everyone to abide by the following guidelines. Attendees are requested to mute their mic and turn off their camera. Please do not present your screen in between. Questions are to be posted in the chat box. The organizing team will present the questions to the speaker at the end of the session. The speaker will answer all questions if the time permits. If you need any assistance during the program, please use the chat box. Kindly fill up the feedback forms after each session. The link of the feedback forms will be shared in the chat box. Live streaming for the program will be available on YouTube. I request Mr. Mohammed Suhailti, Assistant Professor, Civil Engineering Department, to introduce the resource person to the participants.
Okay, thank you, Rishana. On behalf of the Civil Engineering Department, it's my immense pleasure to welcome our speaker of the session, Dr. Shajil N., who is presently working as an assistant geotechnical engineer in Regional Investigation Quality Control Lab, PW Department, Calicut. He has done his BTech in CUSAT, MTech from Anna University, and PhD in Applied Mechanics from IIT Madras. He has more than 10 years of experience in teaching. He has published several papers, national and international journals of SCI and Scopex indexed. Dr. Shajil N. has coordinated various international, national level conferences, seminars, workshops, and FDPs. I take immense pride in saying that he has also worked as an associate professor in Civil Engineering Department, MES College of Engineering. Dr. Shajil N. is a very simple and down to earth. I heartily welcome my former colleague and friend, Dr. Shajil N., to start the session. I welcome you, sir. Thanks.
Dear friends, today I will take you all for a tour. We will see different sessions, different sections of the society and what are the problems we are facing there. Then we will see how the nature has find solutions, and then we will have a perspective of structural engineers. How do we solve the problems if we are facing a problem in in a construction site? So that's what in that way I framed the topic. Means what is disaster? How the disaster can be reduced, and what are the natural ways, and how do we solve the problems. So main thing, first thing is what is a disaster? And the term disaster comes after hazard. That means if we can solve the issue at the moment before the disaster happens, that means that will be only a hazard. It will not be a disaster. Disaster, the term comes, we are losing some life, our economy, our some wealth, or these kind of things. If we are losing, then only it is a disaster. Otherwise, it's only a hazard. We will not lose anything. That means we need proper forecasting. If we can forecast this issue is coming, then if we can do that, if we can apply the latest technology, and if we can evacuate the people, if we can, of course, if we can remove the things from that place and all, then we can reduce the impact of disaster. The loss of life may be 1 or 2 instead of 10,000, 1 lakh, and all. So that's what the difference between a hazard and disaster. Hazard should not become a disaster. So it is in our hand. It's not always, but at the possible extent we can reduce the risk and we can reduce the impact of disaster. That is what we are looking for in disaster risk reduction. The disaster risk reduction techniques. Of course, we are engineers. We are born to work for the prospective future of our society. We should not use the term we are conquering the nature, we are defeating the nature, but we have to use the term, and you have to inspire, and you have to keep in mind, or you have to come from your heart like that. It should be we are adaptable to the nature. We have to live since maybe up to 100 years we can live here, and after that we have to leave this place, we have to leave this world. And we came here without anything. We came here as a human being, and we are leaving also like just like a human being. We are nothing, we are nothing after death. So that should be keep in mind. You know, if you are doing the business, if you are doing the design, if you are become doctor, engineer, consultant, whatever it may be, that idea should be there in your mind. Then we can adapt with the nature. Okay, then of course I will then come into the next term, what it is then the topic. So you might be clear about the disaster. Then I will take you into different shows of what is disaster, how does it happen, how we can escape from that, and I will show you. Then I will show you something about how the people other than India, other than other countries, how they are going ahead of adapting with the nature, and how they are escaping from these kind of disasters, how they came into the new, latest technologies, how they are doing instead of the conventional things we have done already. And we face a lot of problems, we face a lot of threats to the human society, human being, our life and all. So how do they adjust? What are the new things coming into the technology, they are adapting and all. So that is what natural methods. Then third thing is, of course, we are engineers. We have to, where there is a stress, how will you dissipate the stress? We have to give the stress to, we have to dissipate the stress, right? How will you do that? We will reinforce. In concrete, the stress comes. Who will take care of the stress? Concrete along with the reinforcement. From where you got the concept? Have you got from direct from God? No, no. We were looking to the nature. We were looking to the nature, and we found that see the soil particles. Soil particles are joined together by the roots. See, you look at a banyan tree. Look at banyan tree. It's a tall structure. It have deep roots and shallow roots. What is the root? If you are looking in a structural engineer's perspective, the roots are piles, simply piles. There is friction pile is there, anchor pile is there, everything is there. So you look at the roots. Roots are the pile of the structure. If I am comparing the tree with a structure, so the tree with a building, the roots are. Hello, sir. Srikandan sir, പറഞ്ഞോളൂ.
സാറ് എന്തെങ്കിലും ഇത് ചെയ്യുന്നുണ്ടായിരുന്നോ, സ്ലൈഡ് കാണിക്കുന്നുണ്ടായിരുന്നോ? ഇല്ലല്ലോ.
ഇല്ല. Okay. Sorry, I started talking instead of sharing. Okay, forgot. So we were in the place, we were looking into the point, we were looking into the, we were looking in a tree. So the roots are the piles, and you can look at the leaves. The leaves you have its nerves and the reinforcement. So the structure have beams and columns, everything is there, all are connected. You can see that if the structure is taller, the structure, its roots will be deeper. What does it mean? it is doing the skin friction. So that means it have to exist. So for that purpose, it is building its own anchoring kind of things and so in that way, so if you are looking into the structural engineering, what are the structures happening, how do we are looking into the design of a structure and the tree, then all both are the similar, both are the things same. So we adapted, we acquired some knowledge from the nature and we use that into the our latest technology and all. So similar way, will you able to reinforce the soil? Will you able to reinforce the valleys? No, it's not possible. We can't do all the soil laying technology or grouting. What would be the latest technologies? We can't reinforce the hills and valleys. So what we can
Sir,
do?
slide
We
is not
can.
moving.
Okay, okay.
Slide is
Okay, we can go with the nature. So there in disaster, there are two kind of, we are dividing it into natural disaster and man-made disaster. So how the flood is happening? So we will look into that. We know that when the rain happens, the we know runoff water will be huge, and day by day the quantity of water or during raining and all increasing by year by year. Why it is happening? You can Google it. That what is the thermodynamics behind the hurricanes? It's a kind of vomiting. If you are if you won't take food properly, or if you take more than sufficient food, it have to go out. Similar way, if the global warming is increases, the temperature over the ocean will be higher, and the water will be get heated up, and the air above also get heated up. It have to exhaust. It have to go up. That become the low pressure zone will create, all the things will happen, and you can learn that things in the next session. So the hurricanes will happen. So number of hurricanes increasing year by year, so due to global warming. So whether we can control global warming, it's a question. What are the things we can do? But civil engineers, you might be knowing about cyclones, earthquake is a situation. How do we can reduce the impact of earthquake and the structures? So that I will cover in the in the coming slides. Then volcanic eruption, we don't have a control over that. Epidemics, you might be heard about Nipah virus. It's happening in spreading is happening in Calicut, and it was there in Malaysia and different countries. Nipah virus, it is under control. And then coronavirus, it has started from Wuhan and spread all over the world. Still, we are suffering from that and all epidemics. So these kind of things and all, we don't have a control. But some people are doing as a biological weapon also. If it is a biological weapon, that will become the man-made disaster. If it is a naturally spreading, yeah, okay, it is natural disaster. Then tsunami is happening underwater. If some earthquake happens, then the impact of tsunami will be higher. How do we adjust with the tsunami? Tsunami impact of water will be higher. What will be happen? So if we can plant properly, do the plants, trees and all in the seashore area, then we can reduce the impact of tsunami. That they will take care of the impact. The energy will be dissipated there itself. So that kind of technology, that kind of natural adaptation can be do. Then man-made disasters are air crash. You might be knowing about air crash happened in Mangalore and recently in Calicut also. Then sinking of ship, then train accidents due to lack of the precautions and building collapse. Of course, sometime before we will think about economy is important, money is important, then we will forget about the building rules, and we will forget about the IS codes, and we will construct as such, and some skilled laborers are not there, or skilled engineers are not there. If they are properly not trained, then if they are not following the codes, why we are using codes? We are using code to prevent the failure, to avoid the disaster. We are doing the codes. But if you are violating the codes, if you are violating the building rules and all, this will lead to the disaster. So it's in our hands, it's in our engineers hand. then building collapse. Of course, from the soil investigation I am doing, so from that point itself, somewhat where we are where we are transferring the load from that point to the reinforcement, execution, design, everything comes under that. So maybe even curing also having importance there. If you are not properly curing, the concrete will uh, deteriorate and damage will happen to the concrete, and the reinforcement also will get corroded, and unknowingly the disaster may happen in the earlier stage itself. And if we are using unnecessary this admixtures, if we are using unknowingly increasing the admixtures, then even before removing the formwork itself, the collapse will happen. And if the former design is not proper, then during the construction itself, it may happen. It happened in Calcutta, right? It happened in India itself, a lot of examples. So all these things are in our hand. All these things are in our engineers' hand. Then bomb blasts. These also man-made disaster. The people, the terrorists are doing. Not only terrorists, even the countries are doing fighting each other. They are doing the bomb blast. What will happen? Some poor people, means some innocent people will lose their life. Then warfare, we know the wars are happening here and there. In Afghanistan is there, Iran is there, America is there, Pakistan, everywhere, the China, India, nobody is. Okay, first thing keep in mind that there are a lot of innocent people are losing their life. So what we can do? This is the disaster management cycle. So alert is very important. So now information technology is highly developed. Artificial intelligence is there, machine learning is there. So artificial intelligence can help you to forecast the things. And how do we alert the people? You not only alert the society, you have to alert the people who are ruling your country also. You are ruling your state, you are ruling your panchayat or municipality. Everywhere alert should be, it should reach the alert. And in a district, the person who is doing the disaster management is mainly collector, district collector, having the authority to do the disaster management. So the preparedness is very important. How do we prepare to avoid the disaster and to reduce the impact? So response is important. How do we prevent the things, mitigation? And then after some kind of earthquake or flood happens, how do we rehabilitate the things? Then something flood happens or landslide happen, how do we reconstruct the structures? How do we rehabilitate the people, and all very very important. So it is the disaster management cycle. So I'll tell. So these are the things. So we engineers have a biggest role in your hand. So if you are the person to save the people. So if a doctor do some mistake, maximum 1 or 2% will lose their life. If an engineer do the mistake, 10,000 or maybe lakhs of people will lose their life. So that is very important. If you do some mistakes in construction of a dam, what will happen? The dam break will happen during the heavy rain. Then the people living in the valley zone and all will lose their life. So this is very important. All the aspects should be considered while design, while from the scratch, from the soil to the final handover or commissioning the structure, commissioning the building or dam, whatever maybe. So up to that minute, you should have a proper alert. Even after that, you should have to do the monitoring. That is, structural health monitoring is very highly developing research area. Structural health monitoring, we can monitor the similar to what our health monitoring we are doing. We are doing the frequent checkup in every month, or maybe after every 6 months, or maybe every year. We are doing the checkup, right? Similar way, we can do the monitoring of the health of the rail network, health of the dams, health of the multi-story buildings, health of the bridges. These are the things people are doing in structural health monitoring. And all these data can be collected, and you can use the artificial intelligence to give the proper information for the society and what we can do for the as an immediate step that and all things are developing. Okay, then I will show you a video on disaster management. So recent disasters which happened during 2020, I'll show you just for a break. The video is clear to you, right? Hello?
Yes,
Yes, sir, it's clear.
Video? Okay, okay. Okay. So we have seen that floods happening there in India and in other countries also. So how do we do that? How do we manage the situation? So we have already discussed about the preparedness. So we have a national disaster management group and NDRF, and we have state disaster management authority and national disaster management authority. These people are jointly working on that situation, and they are doing the manage how they are doing how to manage the situation. So they will give the proper forecasting. They will give the alert, like the people working on the climate engineering. They will tell, and then people will be working on the climate. They will tell that there's this much of low pressure zone has developed, and so we can expect the hurricane or kind of storm will happen during these places, and maybe with the southwest region, maybe southeast region. So the alert is happening there, and sometimes we will get some tsunami alert also. So if something happen in Jakarta or like Indonesian region, some earthquake happens due um, under the ocean. So there will be an impact of water will be the water waves are coming. So that is already forecast. Then that information will get, and we know which are the places going to affect, and then we will evacuate the places, or we will give the proper information to the places where we can uh, avoid the disaster. Then I will show how the people. I have undergone some courses like how to do the disaster risk reduction, and so it was a UN program. So you also can do that kind of courses. Like it's available in Coursera and EDX kind of platforms. You can do some courses on if you are highly interested on disaster management. Of course, your life is important, your survival is important. If you are a civil engineer, whatever maybe, if you are electrical engineer or computer science, you have to do something for the society. So you should learn and you should brush up the things on how we can adapt with the latest technology and latest things we can save the human life. So I'll show you another video how we can understand the things, how the nature is there, and how we can adjust the engineering with the nature.
Welcome back. In the previous video, we considered the way climate and disaster-relevant policy is generated and disseminated. In this video, we will look at the way policy is applied. At the core of this process is a field known as ecological engineering. This is sometimes referred to as building with nature, but that rather broad-shouldered term should be used with caution, because a lot of building with nature involves process.
Video clear ആണല്ലോ അല്ലേ? ഓഡിയോയും വീഡിയോയും കാണുന്നുണ്ടല്ലോ അല്ലേ?
Yes, yes.
Understand.
Processes such as using deep-rooted grasses to stabilize slopes that might be better described as weaving or knitting with nature. Also, because many ecological engineering projects are nearly always rooted in local communities and require local buy-in to work, they are perhaps better described as building with nature and people. Very broadly speaking, ecological engineering can be said to act on the living tissue of life, ecosystems and the organisms of which they are comprised, and on underlying structures such as mountains, estuaries, valleys, and sand dunes. As you will see, water flows through all of the examples discussed in this unit. Eco-engineers, in their enthusiastic freewheeling way, sometimes talk about blue and green infrastructure projects. As their name suggests, this involves an emphasis on water or vegetation, and sometimes hybrid initiatives incorporating both traditional and ecological engineering. Whether you are a policy-making a budding ecological engineer, or just a concerned community member, this unit will give you a sense of what is possible and will help you get thinking about how your country, town, or village could incorporate nature-based solutions into disaster protection and climate adaptation projects. So let's jump right in. Imagine you are a governor of a coastal state, which is frequently hit by cyclones and has, on occasion, been struck by tsunamis. You have a team of engineers that is proposing to build seawalls as a defense, but you are concerned about the cost and environmental impact of such a massive project, including the possibility that the seawalls might actually create more erosion further down the coast. You have heard about building with nature, but when you talk to your engineers, they seem to have no idea what you are talking about. So where do you start?
A problem rather like the one imagined was faced by communities in Yogyakarta in Indonesia, located on the south coast of Java, which is frequently exposed to cyclones and is occasionally hit by tsunamis. Yogyakarta is famous for its temple complexes, but among its other treasures is the sand dune complex in Parangritis, which is located just south of Yogyakarta city. Apart from being pretty, the sand dunes in Parangritis serve a number of important purposes, acting as a natural barrier against tsunamis and cyclones, while also preventing salt water from seeping into the local groundwater. Along with the local beaches, the crescent dunes are also an important tourist attraction, providing income for the local community. Unfortunately, for many years, human activity has been tough on the dunes. People have built settlements and farmed the land, established fish ponds, and grown trees. All this has interfered with the natural processes that have maintained the dunes for millennia.
So, local authorities got behind a land management project that was implemented by a group of partners that included the Parangritis Geomaritime Science Park. The project began with a careful mapping of the dunes and a detailed study of their dynamics and plant life. This information was then used to draw up a plan which, perhaps not surprisingly, called for the restriction of dune harmful activities such as agriculture, fish farming, and forestry. Because this impacted the livelihoods of many in the local community, considerable effort had to go into getting people on board, notably through community outreach to raise the awareness of the importance of the dunes for disaster risk reduction. Local disaster management boards were set up that work with village communities to ensure implementation of the project. A key aspect of the Parangritis Dune Scheme was the reintroduction of indigenous plants to stabilize the dunes in specific areas.
Bioengineering of this kind was also used in the Lukaya River project in the Democratic Republic of Congo. In that project, developed by UNEP with government and local partners, deeply rooted vetiver grass was planted to stabilize slopes along the river. Trees were also planted, helping to improve the soil and reduce runoff, while also creating opportunities for sustainable agroforestry. The binding power of plants has also been used in Nepal, where steep slopes and heavy monsoon rains provide ideal conditions for landslides. Many of the roads in Nepal are built by local communities, employing bulldozers and shovels and hoping for the best. Thanks to an IUC hearing being undertaken in the Azuminose Riverine Wetland Restoration Project in Sago Prefecture in Japan. It was led by the Ministry of Land, Infrastructure, Transport, and Tourism in close collaboration with local communities, NGOs, local government, and academia, especially Kyushu University. In this project, a ring-shaped flood control basin was built along the curved section of the Matsura River that was designed to absorb overflow at the downstream end. The flood control basins not only reduce the risk of flooding, they also establish wetland ecosystems, thus encouraging biodiversity.
Wetlands are also used to control floods, improve drainage, and restore natural habitats in urban settings. In the Geneva canton of Switzerland, for example, wetlands were created as a part of an eco-neighborhood project. The wetlands capture excess rainwater while providing a habitat for birds. In order to undertake the kind of projects described in this unit, eco-engineers can improve their chances of success with working with engineers, ecologists, and soil scientists.
സർ ഒന്ന് അൺമ്യൂട്ട് ചെയ്യണേ.
Okay.
Okay, sir.
We have seen something people are doing, like how we can escape, how we can make a buffer zone to prevent the impact of like a tsunami. Also, we can make some buffer zones in the seashore area, and we can prevent the impact of tides or waves, and we can reduce the damage of for our human living, or human, for the human being, or for our economy. And so similar way, we have seen that flood and all things. So how do we do the flood control? We can able to forecast. So why can't we think about to improve the network of drainage system based on the expected, means in 2050 this much runoff may happen. So we have to design based on that. So in that way, if we can make some policies, and if we can do the drainage network system and all, and if we can construct some ponds and all, then we can reduce the runoff, and we can improve the percolation. If the percolation increases, the water table will come up, and where to water table can come to the higher level, and we will not feel any drought situation. So we need to slow down the speed of river. We need to slow down the rivers and streams. So we can think about constructing check dams frequent interval, and this will improve the, if we are constructing some check dams in the hilly area without much impact on the nature, and very small check dams, and if we construct, we have observed that the water table will go higher and higher. Then of course the vegetation will improve, and then again, then the sufficient vegetation is there, then the forest will get developed better than what.
Excuse me, sir.
Parnolu.
Slide is shared.
Okay.
Okay,
I will share the next video. Before that,
okay,
I'll
sir.
tell
Okay,
something.
okay.
Okay, so what we can do is we can improve, do some kind of things, check dams and all. We can plant, instead of only deep-rooted trees, we can plant some shallow-rooted trees also there. Then, of course, the animals can get sufficient food there itself. Then they will not come out. Then the animal threat to the human being will be get reduced. So that is also a disaster. The fight between, or conflict between the human being and the animal is a issue I have observed in Wayanad and all. So what is the problem there? There is, if you go into the deeper, means inner forest, you can see that there is deep-rooted trees are there, but vegetation, means shallow-rooted trees are lesser. So that maybe we were looking for the money-making thinking. So we were planted a lot of rubber trees, we planted a lot of teak wood kind of things. That what happened is deep-rooted trees only there, so the shallow bushes and are not there. So the animals are not getting sufficient food. So they are coming out, they are searching food among us. So that is the problem between human being, and the conflict between human being and animals. So let them live there, and we will live in our place. Then the conflict we can avoid. So what's happening in other countries, and how they are managing the dry lands and coastal areas, that we can see.
And how they can help communities increase their resilience to disaster and climate risks. In this unit, we will start by outlining some of the main challenges related to climate change and disasters. Whether you live in a city on a coastal plain, or on the top of a mountain in an inland desert, or anywhere in between, the chances are you have already seen some of the changes in the climate. This might take the form of more frequent storms and floods, more intense heat waves, and extended droughts. Another challenge may simply be a shift in seasonal temperatures that alters the way plants and animals around you grow and behave. Your experience of those events will vary depending on whether you live in a city or in the country, and whether the community in which you live has developed strategies that help you and your loved ones to cope. For the sake of simplicity, we are going to focus on 3 distinct settings: urban, coastal, and drylands.
For all their benefits, cities pose a number of challenges to their human populations, both in terms of climate-related risks and exposure to hazard events. This is a problem for a number of reasons, one of the most obvious being the sheer number of people living in them. According to the most recent estimates, and using updated definitions, around 5.6 billion people live in urban areas, and the number is expected to increase. Built for the most part with steel and concrete, cities are tremendous absorbers and retainers of heat. They may often be cool places to live, but they are typically significantly warmer than their surroundings. This can make them uncomfortable places to be, and during heat waves, potentially dangerous for certain groups of people, notably the elderly or infirm. Home to most of the planet's traffic, as well as a good deal of the planet's industry, they typically have poor air quality hazard that accounts for an estimated 7 million deaths every year, according to the World Health Organization. The cities concentrate populations, often forcing people to live close together and in unsanitary conditions, especially in the that surround cities in many developing countries. They can also act as amplifiers of infectious disease outbreaks, accelerating diseases transmission. This phenomenon has been widely observed in the COVID-19 pandemic.
Generally located on or near coasts or on the banks of rivers, cities are also more likely to be impacted by floods, storms, hurricanes, and tsunamis.
In the past 2 years, Venice, Delhi, and Sydney all been affected by disasters. Is exacerbating some of these problems and is already impacting some cities. For example, Jakarta, the capital of Indonesia, which has a population of nearly 10 million people, is being relocated at a cost of $33 billion because of land subsidence, which has made it even more vulnerable to sea level rise and flooding. More often than not, urban development involves significant destruction of the ecosystems that could play an important role in reducing exposure to different hazards. While there are nature-based solutions to the challenge, putting them into effect is not always easy. This is because of the population density, the pollution, and the limitations in space for expanding and restoring natural air. A number of examples of how they have been put into practice.
Around 40% of the world's population lives within 100 kilometers of coastal fisheries, tourism, and recreation. Unfortunately, coastal areas are particularly exposed to climate and disaster risks, including hurricanes and cyclones, tsunamis. In many cases, these result from poorly planned or while mangrove that surround could permanently delta in China. Jakarta mitigate
In developing countries. Dryland ecosystems include deserts, grasslands, shrublands, while high in cultural content. For these reasons, they are prone to degradation and desertification and are extremely vulnerable to human.
Sir, kindly unmute.
Okay. Then
okay, sir.
ഈ വീഡിയോ ഒന്ന് കാണിച്ചായിരുന്നോ? സോറി, ഞാൻ മിസ് റിപ്പീറ്റഡ് ആയോ? ഇല്ലല്ലോ അല്ലേ?
ഇല്ല ഇല്ല.
Okay, okay. Then how the cities they are doing, in Oman and how they manage the situation. I'll show that also.
Grade, while average nighttime reduction is around 1.15 degrees centigrade. Establishing parks with plenty of trees is thus a widely accepted measure to combat urban heat. Parks with their plants, trees and shrubs can also act as biofilters for polluted air, while serving as water retention areas in the case of stormwater or riverine flooding, thus reducing the need for grey or engineered infrastructure investments. Parks can also be combined with community gardens to provide locally grown food and areas for community interaction. Green buildings with green roofs are another recognized measure reducing urban rainwater runoff and cooling buildings. Investment in green infrastructure can also yield important environmental. Such initiatives will be increasingly necessary as climate change continues to drive up global temperatures. Many cities are using nature-based solutions to deal with climate and disaster risk, while implementation of nature-based solutions to increasing disaster and climate resilience is not without its challenges. For example, nature-based solutions in cities may be difficult to implement because of competition for space. Hybrid approaches, which combine blue-green infrastructure with grey engineering structures, may be the most effective in this context, such as permeable pavements and bioswale drainage. Implementing such measures requires ecologists, engineers, and urban planners to work together.
In China, for example, 30 cities have adopted the sponge city concept, which, as the name suggests, involves rendering urban environments more permeable. By 2030, the participating cities must ensure that 80% of their urban lands absorb and reuses at least 70% of their rain that falls on them. In many cases, city development requires a since challenges like dealing with floods and ensuring clean water need to be tackled upstream, while discharge will often have an impact downstream. In Seattle, the Street Edge Alternatives project uses bioswales, channels designed to concentrate and convey stormwater runoff while removing debris and pollution. The Mexican city of Xalapa is banking on ecosystem-based adaptation to reduce landslides and floods with the help of UNEP. This is part of the 5-year City Adapt initiative, which has been rolled out across Latin America and the Caribbean to support cities in their efforts to adapt to climate change. One of the main activities is reforesting areas surrounding the city to improve the watershed and promote rainwater harvesting systems in public buildings and schools.
Coastal ecosystems play a critical role in protecting and maintaining coastlines. For example, mangroves, coral reefs, and seagrasses absorb wave energy, filter sediments, and reduce storm surges. More than just being a buffer zone, they are part of a dynamic processes that generate, trap, and distribute sediment across shorelines. Coastal species, such as parrotfish, also contribute to the generation of sediment by secreting sand. Oyster reefs can also reduce shoreline erosion, while beaches, sandbanks, and dunes serve as physical buffers to damaging waves. Actions to reduce pressure on coastal habitats and species, such as fisheries management and pollution control, can play a vital role in increasing the health and resilience of ecosystems. While a variety of restoration techniques exist for areas that have been degraded, in many cases, nature-based solutions applied to coastal ecosystems provide multiple benefits. Take, for example, the sand dunes in Yala National Park in Sri Lanka, which protected the shoreline from the 2004 tsunami, an example we mentioned back in Unit 1. The park is also a haven for endangered species and generates jobs as a major tourist destination. Nature-based solutions to reducing disaster and climate risks start with drawing up a long-term plan for the coastline, which might also include the watershed or estuary that brings fresh water and harbors the fish and food that people depend upon. Nature-based initiatives work best where local governments collaborate with local communities, including fisherwomen and men, tourism operators, and others to manage trade-offs in full consultation. Such an approach is known as integrated coastal zone management, something that we talked about back in Unit 2.
Peatlands do not always receive the attention they deserve. Peatlands are a type of wetlands which only covers 3% of the world, but they store more carbon than any other type of vegetation. They are thus crucial in climate change mitigation efforts. Unfortunately, when drained and degraded due to fires, agricultural conversion, or overexploitation, peatlands become carbon sources instead of sinks, releasing CO2 into the atmosphere. This is one of the reasons why Indonesia, the country with the largest coverage of tropical peatlands in the world, has invested in a national-scale program to restore its peatlands. To support these governmental efforts, organizations such as Wetlands International are playing a key role in the design of efficient restoration practices and development of the approaches allowing an upscaling of peatland restoration. Peat restoration efforts are carried out via 3 approaches: rewetting, revegetation, and revitalizing local livelihoods, offering alternatives in monocultures such as palm oil plantations.
There are a number of nature-based solutions for tackling the challenges faced by drylands, notably among them sustainable land management practices that are used to combat desertification and to restore land, soil, water, and vegetation. The application of sustainable land and rangelands management, including careful management of water sources combined with water-conserving tilling practices and rangeland restoration, has been shown to increase crop yields by between 30 to 170%. One of the main initiatives to combat desertification in the Sahel and Sahara in Africa is the Great Green Wall Initiative. This initiative brings together African countries and international partners under the leadership of the African Union Commission and Pan-African Agency of the Great Green Wall. Since its launch in 2007, major progress has been made in restoring the fertility of Sahelian land used to meet significant challenges. This is the case in Oman, for example, where the city of Al Amarat in the northeast of the country, which depends on the Al Amarat watershed for its water supply, is faced with increasing demand due to population growth, while climate change-driven extreme flash flood events are increasing in frequency with disastrous consequences for the urban communities downstream. To tackle this problem, a system of 7 dams has been built to ensure water supply as well as protection from flash flood events. A revegetation scheme along the stream helps reduce soil erosion, provides habitat for the local fauna, and acts as a water cleaning and filtering medium, providing clean water for domestic and agricultural services. Clean water will also flow to a natural mangrove reserve downstream, which plays an important role in protecting the coastal communities from hazards such as storms, while supporting various species of fish, crabs, and birds. This unit has highlighted 3 broad categories of natural environment.
You might be heard about how the ecosystem can be protected by using these kind of buffer zones, and how we engineers and nature can grow together, and how we can do the disaster risk reduction. Then I'll show you some slides on, of course, we engineers how to construct, right? Our role is construct something wherever required and for the prosperous of the society. So we have to prevent the issues which is related to earthquake and all. So okay, then during an earthquake, it's what's happening is these kind of things will happen. So maybe shifting or uh, some fault zones are there may be cracking may happen. So our water lines will be there. Then some breakage of blockage of water lines are there. Intrusion of water supply will be there. Then break of the sewage disposal system will be there. Then loss of public utilities, electricity, gas, communications, all these things are we are dealing. We civil engineers are dealing. So mitigation of earthquake damage and casualties also our role is there. Some people will be working on the search and rescue response. Then before what we can do, how as a simple person, means as a may not be an engineer. If you are a layman, how do we manage the earthquake? So if you are going, if you are facing an earthquake situation or a flood situation or whatever may be the situation, we need to survive, right? So we need to supply a emergency kit. Normally the people are supplying that. We need minimum things like we need water, food, and shelter. So we will supply a kit like when water will be there, first aid kit will be there for a minimum 3 days food. Then non-electric can operate some kind of radio also needed since we need to communicate with the people. So what is going to be happen next day and for the next moment what will be happen. So there's things and to be communicated. So we need a radio or maybe if mobile is not working, we maybe use radio. Since maybe tower will be in trouble if the current is not there, if the electricity is disrupted, then we need a radio, flashlights, batteries, or then we may need a fire extinguisher also during earthquake and we can't. Sometimes the firefighting people cannot reach the place to avoid the disaster. So we may have to do by ourselves some kind of things. Then blanket, sleeping bag, water purification kit we maybe needed. Then okay, we have to take care of kids. We have to take care of elder people, ladies, and so then what we can do during even a kid know that we have to escape if we are in a huge structure. If we are inside the structure, we can escape behind the better furniture. It should not collapse. Our life should not go. Then if in future people can find us and escape from us. If we are outside, then we better to keep away from the structure and come to the open area. That will be better. If we are inside the structure again, and if we are outside the structure also, then if we are like things, it may break the glass kind of things, and better to avoid. We should not keep places like that under the picture, heavy water heater kind of things, and then we should not play with the electrical equipments and that. And you know that since you are a faculty, you may be familiar to these things, and you might be taught in the classes and better to go outside and avoid the earthquake will not kill you. Only our structures will kill you. Earthquake never killed any person. But our structures, we have constructed our structures mostly brittle in nature. That will break, the bricks will come up to fall over your head. The beams on slabs may fall over your head. So better to keep away from our structure and come to the open space. That will be the better thing. And in elevator will not be safer side. You have to, if it is possible, better go out of the building as early as possible. And you should not do the panicking. Panicking will not be better. You have to keep in mind that you can escape. And shopping malls and you should keep away from the glass displays and all the things. Okay, then better to avoid smoking and kind of things and during the earthquake and that may lead to the fire. And so Then again, the tsunami hazards are in December 25th or 26th. I remember tsunami happened and the people were enjoying in the beach or ocean front. They mostly got affected. So you open your ears to the radio or television, even mobile and all, and understand that if we are getting proper warning, then don't peep into the places where what's happening, what's the disaster management people are doing and all. You should not go to the place. Managing the people who are coming to the disaster places is the most difficult thing. We can save the people, but if the people are crowded, we cannot do anything. If the people are coming to the place where suppose someone accident happened, if the people are getting crowded, then it's very difficult to save the people. If something one collapse is happening, people are getting crowded, very difficult to save the people. If somebody who is involving in the disaster saving purpose, that people only should come to the place, and the other people just for taking photos and people should not come to the site where the disaster is happening. So better to help others, just like an ambulance is coming, we are keeping away and we giving way for them, right? Similar way, we have to keep the way for the person who is doing the disaster management, and they let them do, and or if we can do, we can do, but we should not go for just watching purpose. We should not go to the place where the disaster is happening. Then okay, after earthquake, what we can do is we can release the stress. People might be get stressed. That kind of thing should be get avoided. We can tell them, we can we have to maybe we have to give the precautionary things, and we have to primary treatment and all maybe how to do. Then okay, then you are aware about that things. You should have a battery operated radio. Sometimes during associated hazards are collapsing of buildings and bridges, then the disruption of gas, electricity, landslide, avalanche, then flash flood, fires, tsunami, and then you might be very well on about what's happening inside the earth. There is an inner core, outer core, mantle, and crust is the plates will go here and around. Then what's happening is during that motion, then there will be some plates will go like convergent motion. There will be some transform boundary will be there. Then slip like kind of things will happen. Then divergent boundary, the slipping is there. So if we are standing over that place, then if our structure is over that place, we will feel some vibrations. So that may lead to the collapse of the structure. So we should be aware about in which region we are constructing the building and what kind of forces may come to that. We are clear about, we know from the high school standard itself, we learned about surface waves, P waves are there, S waves are there, low waves are there, Rayleigh waves are there. So these things are very familiar to you, and I don't have to explain much. Then we have to get an idea about how much magnitude is. Magnitude will be the earthquake happening in a particular location. So based on that, we can take some factors in construction design of structures, and we can take some factors into consideration. So richer scale will give you an idea about that and all. Then how much is the magnitude? So lower magnitude, nothing will happen, when some vibration, one noise will be there. But higher the magnitude, the structure cannot withstand the structure, the inertia effect will happen and the structure will fall down. So how do we adopt the ideas into the consideration? That another important thing. Then during an earthquake, what is the intensity of magnitude and intensity? Magnitude will give the exact idea. Intensity is how far away from the focus, how far away from your source. That is it is a qualitative measure. Intensity is a qualitative measure. Magnitude is a quantitative measure. So just like a lamp, how far you are, that will give you an idea about how intensity it is. Then during an earthquake, you are very familiar in 2004, I think. Tsunami happened, and in Indonesian region, the tsunami happened. Even our Tamil Nadu region and Kerala, some seashore area, and are affected by the tsunami. So during sorry. During an earthquake, the water above the bottom portion, water will come up, and that will come as a huge tide. Then tsunami will be affecting. So tsunami is a problem. So what we can do is we can do the natural methods. We can make some buffer zones and all. We can dissipate the energy. Then we should be familiar about what are the seismic zones. We are having the codes IS 1893. It is showing that we were 5 zones were there. Now we restricted to the 4 zones. We are in zone 3. Kerala is in zone 3. We have zone 2, 3, 4, and 5. 5 is the severe portion, maybe Himalayan belt. You can say we are in the 3rd zone. We are not so safer. So how do we construct a structure? If we are traveling in bus, if the driver give a sudden brake, what will happen? You will move forward. Like what's the inertia effect? The same inertia effect is happening in a structure. The bottom portion will go one direction, the other portion, which is in a stable state, and so it will go to the other direction. So the inertia effect will be happening. So if the joints are not properly designed, the structure will get collapsed. That means if the structure is brittle in nature, then the structure will get collapsed. And if we are constructing the structure, which is if the structure is symmetrical, structure will be more safer than the unsymmetrical structure. You might be observed that many of the structures are constructed in a conical shape, maybe cylindrical shape, maybe rectangular shape and all. So symmetrical in structure, simple in plan, that will be better to save from the collapse or the damage of the structure. Then another thing is, if you are constructing the 2 buildings very near or very closer, there is a chance of oscillation or pounding action may happen. Then the structure may get collapsed. Again, weak story things and all there. I will show you. So the structure, if the story is weak story, then if the proper shear walls are not provided, and if the walls are not there to take care of the impact in horizontal, the horizontal forces, then of course, where is the weaker section, that portion will get damaged and will get the collapse of pancake like collapse will happen. So you can see that at the bottom story, mostly we will think about, we can use it as a parking area. So we will utilize that parking area, and the columns, only columns will be there. If the columns are not properly oriented, and if there is no walls, or if you are not thinking about the shear wall design and all, then the structure will not be safer during the horizontal forces acting on that. Again, the slopy ground also. If the slopy ground, if you are constructing the structure, then there may be a chance of failures. So these are the things should be taken into consideration while designing the concrete structure. Okay. Then about if you are constructing the structure, if the size means that length of the column is different, then there may be a chance of twisting action. If you are like this kind of the kid is so this kind of twisting action will be there. So torsional effect will be there. Then the torsional effect may leads to the collapse of the structure. So you have to consider the torsion also when you are constructing the structure. So that also should be taken into consideration. So see that columns having different in length, then there may be a chance of torsion. So torsional effect also should be taken into consideration while you are designing for the reinforcement. Then if we can use the belts, or if you are properly interconnected, joints are there, then it is safer. And if it is not like that, then it is difficult. We have to handle the situation very in difficult condition. See, you can see that the structure is ductile in nature, then collapse will be later. We have sufficient time to come out of the structure. So that is very important. How do we save the people? Earthquake will happen. We cannot control the earthquake. That is sure. Only two things we can do. One thing is during the design itself, you can make the structure as ductile and how to dissipate the energy properly and give sufficient time. If you are constructing the structure ductile enough, there will be sufficient time, sufficient warning will get before collapse. Some cracks will happen, then we will get sufficient time to evacuate the people. Our purpose is evacuate the people, save the life. So we will get sufficient time if the structure is ductile. Small cracks will be starting, then we will get sufficient time. If the structure is brittle in nature, means less reinforced, then the collapse will be faster. Means if only brittle the structure, the collapse will be faster. We will not get sufficient time to evacuate the people. So make the structure as ductile as possible. Okay, you have to follow the codes. Means you have to follow IS 1893, 13920, 13928. Sufficient codes are there. 4326 and a lot of codes are available there. So you have to follow the rules and regulations and specifications mentioned in the code before starting your design process. So the structure, if it is in compression, the concrete and the bricks are good, but when it is subject to tension, they are very weak. So our reinforcement detail should be proper and make as ductile as possible. So the energy dissipated is higher. If it can dissipate large amount of energy, then that will be far better. That means you have to think about energy dissipation and ductile property of the material which is used for the construction. So think about ductile enough. Then if you are think about a link, where is the weaker portion? That will get damaged first. So when you are constructing, if you are constructing a structure, the column should be stronger enough compared to the beams. If the beam breaks, only one room will damage. If the column breaks, our total structure will collapse. So strong column, weak beam concept should be there during the design. So you have to take care of that during the structural design. Then about how do we see the structure is undergoing. So structure will oscillate like a pendulum, of course. Then the resonance should not happen. Means that frequency of the structure and the frequency of the waves coming should not match. Then the resonance will happen and you should avoid. So whatever be the structure, bridge, dams, or buildings, whatever may be your silo, whatever may be the structure, or elevated water tank, you should think about that that resonance should not happen. Okay, then what is next? Then about the structure will be behaving like that. So you should make the structure as ductile as possible. That's the only thing I can tell in Mumbai. Then if you refer the code, IS code, you can get more idea about that. Then if there is, you look about the ground floor, if the horizontal force is there, if let it be X and Y be the two directions, if a force is acting in the X direction, the sufficient walls or shear walls should be there, sufficient enough to resist the horizontal force. If the region is weaker, then collapse will happen. Again, the other direction also, Y direction also. So X and Y direction, you have to properly decide. Whatever be the, we cannot predict the force will come only in X direction, force will come only in Y direction, which is X, which is Y. Nature don't have any X and Y, Z direction. We have only the X and Y, Z direction. So we have to construct in such a way that whatever be the direction force acting, we should be able to restrain or resist. So in that way, so that have to be considered. And the joints should be properly stitched stitching means the properly connected. If the joints are not properly connected, there may be a fall may happen, fall of walls and all. So that I suggest you to avoid the windows in the corners. Okay, it is aesthetically looks good, but windows in the corners are the possible region, weaker zone. So be careful about that. If you can properly design, then it's okay. If you can properly give the bands over that and below that, then okay, the force may transfer. But again, better to avoid that kind of things, since if you are looking for the aesthetics or if you are looking for the safety, all your design concept. Again, so you can give some precautions to avoid the collapse of the structure. Okay, then staircase should be keep staircase is the important thing. We have to evacuate the people. So if you are constructing along with the structure, you should take precautions to avoid the sudden collapse. Then walls and all, if properly done masonry work, then you can avoid the collapse. Instead of doing unskilled way, you have to do some skilled way. Then of course there will be tension force will be acting. There is a chance of hinge formation. If you can get an idea about that and all, then you can take into consideration while designing that. Then how it will behave, that you have to do proper analysis before design the structure. Then only you can give the proper reinforcement. Again, the reinforcement, the hooks should be properly tied. If it is possible 135 degree or 180 degree, you can give the turn of the hooks and all. And even though it's you need skilled laborers, then also if you are looking for the safety of the structure, you have to consider that. Then again, you have to give minimum reinforcement and places. You should not you should not think that there is only compression will come. There will not be having any chance of tension, but we don't know what will be the movement or what may be the kind of force acting. So you have to give some minimum reinforcement in the, even though in the compression zone also. Then you have to take care of shear cracks may happen during the beam column joint, in the beam column joint and all. You have to consider that and all the specifications are given in the code. You can refer the code for how much, how percentage, how to be given there, what should be the diameter, what should be the spacing, all the things. You can do the analysis and you can design. So, but the only thing is you have to give a 135 degree minimum. If it is possible, 180 degree, the 135 degree minimum should be on the shear stirrups and all. Normally, I haven't seen that in the usual construction, but some skilled people also there, they are doing that kind of thing. So you have to be take care of, and you should teach the students also. You should follow the code, the latest code properly. And of course, all the reinforcement should be properly connected with the links. Otherwise, they may go their own way while during the earthquake happens. They will go their way. The concrete will go their own way. So our life also will go like that. So it should be then proper anchoring also should be given. Means anchorage length and all should be done properly as per the code. Then again the reinforcement should be properly aligned. If it is not possible, you should give proper compacting devices for proper compaction, and the concrete should reach at each and every place. Honeycombing should not happen. So that may be the weaker section. So weaker section should not happen. So concrete and reinforcement should be properly reached at each and every corner. So that way you have to construct. Maybe you may how to use admixture, you may how to use based on the mix based on that, or you may have to use some compactors and all. Then again, I was thinking about the parking. If you are giving the orientation of the columns and the walls, all the things should be taken care of to avoid the collapse of the structure. Okay, then next is the size of the column and torsion should not happen, and the wall should not be if you are filling the wall, you fill the full wall. half wall may bring the short column effect, and there will be a chance of torsion, and so that things and all to be considered while design. Then if it is possible, huge structures and all, in both direction you provide shear walls. If you are not able to give the proper wall and then the shear wall design should be based on the IS code, IS 1893 you can use. Then forces acting how much, and the shear detailing should be properly done. Again, one thing is the designer, the structural engineer will do design properly, and the communication should be happen properly. The structural engineer should come to the site, and structural design engineer should come convey to the site engineer, and the site engineer should be able to read the drawing properly, and should follow the instruction from the structural engineer. Then only the labor will do properly. Otherwise, they will do their own way, conventional method. Structural engineer might be drawn properly, might be designed properly. What is execution? So execution part also very important. The properly, if you can execute, then you can save the people. Then other thing is you isolate. What happened during COVID? What we have done? We isolated the people. We made the containment zone. Similar way, you think in the just for fun, you think in that way, if you can isolate the structure from the waves, then it is possible to avoid the further damage. Then base isolation is possible. Then some dampers we can provide. So these are the dampers in the Bhuj hospital, which is in Gujarat. So some kind of dampers you can provide. So it is possible. We can save the people. Okay, nothing is impossible. But only thing is we have to save the people. We should, if the worst situation comes, people should get evacuated. So we have to give sufficient time here. We can't tell that any structure can design without any damage, but damage will be there. But if the damage is lighter, then it is better. If the damage is severe, the loss of life will happen. So our thing is first priority is saving the life. So reduce the damage and let be the lighter damage there, so that we can repair or we can rehabilitation, do the rehabilitation work after the earthquake. So we may have to use that kind of important structures, means hospital are very important. So where we can use some dampers or base isolators and all. So there are different kind of dampers are there. Viscous damper is the, friction damper is the, so that kind of things and all we can use in the important structures. Okay, then I'll show you one video how the Japan people, how they are constructing the structures. Okay, how Japan.
The ground began to shake. 32 million people here in Tokyo braced themselves for the worst.
8.9 magnitude. Now we know that's a big number. It was the 5th largest earthquake in history.
But the real damage comes from the ferocious tsunami that was unleashed.
In some areas, the waves reached 40 meters in height,
Sweeping up everything in its path, including cars and ships, unable to withstand the strength and the power of the surging water.
Japan is located in the Pacific earthquake belt. This means the country is struck by some of the strongest earthquakes and tsunamis in the world. In the past decade, about 30 tropical storms have also hit the country each year. These natural disasters kill on average 100 to 200 people per year and take a huge toll on the country's economy. But learning from painful experience, Japan has built one of the world's best natural disaster response systems, which includes regular disaster preparedness drills and early warning alerts. Japanese engineers and architects have also pushed the boundaries of technology and design to create resilient, disaster-proof buildings. This is Tokyo Skytree, At 634 meters, it's the world's tallest tower. Designed for broadcasting and observation, the base of Skytree occupies a relatively small plot of land that isn't ideal for such a tall structure.
デザイナーとしては非常に緊張感のある細長い構造物になって、地震もそうなんですけれども風が一番厳しい自然条件になります。でこの計画地が海から8キロぐらいしか離れていません。非常に海沿いに近いので低いところでも強い風が吹くという特殊な条件があったので。
Atsuo Konishi and his colleagues designed a steel truss tower, so instead of fighting against the wind, it can simply pass through the gaps between the trusses.
これは逆に普通のビルで採用しているいろんなデバイスだとか制震の方法が細くて高いこのビルに使えなかったのでこのタワーの揺れを抑えるためにはどうしたらいいだろうとずっといろいろ知恵を絞っていった中で生み出されたので、そういう意味で他にないユニークなものになったのではないかなというふうに思っています。
To stabilize the tower, the team used a traditional Japanese design called shimbashira that dates back over 1,000 years. This is the flexible central pillar of a Japanese pagoda, which stabilizes the tiered wooden structure during an earthquake or typhoon, in a similar way to a tree trunk supporting its branches. A shimbashira has been found at the center of the world's oldest wooden structure, made from a tree felled in 594 AD. For Skytree, the team designed a 375-meter-tall concrete core column, connected to the tower's steel outer frame by a series of flexible oil dampers, devices that control unwanted vibrations. The swaying of the core column and outer frame in opposite directions reduced the vibration of the entire tower by up to 50% during an earthquake and 30% during strong winds.
ここは心柱の中間地点なんですけれどもちょうど心柱が動くようになっているかなり上の方の部分になります。で、こちら側が、コンクリートの心柱側でこちら側が鉄骨造のタワー側になります。このスペースを使って、心柱がこう揺れてタワー全体の動きを小さくする役割をするんですが動きすぎるとタワーに鉄骨に当たってしまうのでそれを制御するためにこのオイルダンパーという赤いデバイスがここにセットしてあります。オイルダンパーは免震建物用に開発されたデバイスを、ここに、少しここ用にチューニングして設計をしてもらって、取り付けてあります。
The core column is set on 6 seismic isolators made of rubber. These absorb unwanted movement and work together with the oil dampers at various heights.
ここは心柱の一番下のところになって、ちょうどですね直径8メーターあるコンクリートの心柱の姿が見やすい場所だと思います。で心柱は直接基礎につけてしまうと非常に傷んでしまうのでこう見てわかるようなゴムで支えて柔らかく置いてあるような形にしてあります。このゴムは免震アイソレーターといって横に動くために鉄板とゴムを5層に積み重ねたものなんですけれどもこういう重いものがですね支えられるようなもので。
The top part of Skytree is a broadcasting antenna. To ensure high quality, the antenna needs to stay as stable as possible. So 2 tuned mass damper systems were installed to reduce unwanted vibrations. One is set at an altitude of 625 meters and weighs 25 tons, and the other is at an altitude of 620 meters and weighs 40 tons. When the tower shakes, these 2 dampers act together as reverse pendulums, reducing vibrations caused by wind or an earthquake. When Skytree was designed in the late 2000s, architects and engineers flew weather balloons to collect data on wind speeds and build models which they tested in a wind tunnel. But for some building designs, this expensive and time-consuming process has been replaced by faster and cheaper software powered by artificial intelligence. After a decade of research, architectural engineering company Takinaka has developed a typhoon simulation software called Kazumidori.
その用途としては、いくつかあるんですけども、例えば建物や部材に作用する風の力を計算できるためですね、建物の骨組みやガラスの厚さなどの設計に活用しています。その他、建物が風でどのくらい揺れるかといった評価も可能ですので、いくつかの建物形状に対して計算した結果を比較してですね、風に揺れにくい建物をデザインすることが非常に容易になっています。またですね、過去の台風の再現ではなく、今後増加が懸念されるスーパー台風をですね、想定できるため、台風被害のリスク評価に活用することも可能になっています。
For a 3-kilometre square urban area, it usually takes 3 months to build a model, conduct a wind tunnel test, and get the results. But with Takinaka's software, the entire process can happen in just 2 or 3 days, and its engineers are trying to reduce that down to half a day.
計算精度は、風土実験と同様レベルぐらいになっておりますし、それから、データ同化技術を取り入れて、対象地域の観測データの結果に数値シミュレーションの結果を近づけるような機能は、この風見鶏の特徴の一つになっています。適用した物件は東京のホテルですとか、九州のマンション、集合住宅ですとか、あとは大阪の、小規模な建物、そういったところに、これまでの適用実績があります。
Japanese architects are also experimenting with unconventional building materials for high-rises. Skyscrapers are usually built from concrete or steel because they're strong and cost-effective, but building from wood is more environmentally friendly. Compared with the production of steel and concrete, production of timber consumes less energy and releases less carbon dioxide. New trees can also be planted to absorb emissions. But building tall structures with wood offers up its own engineering and financial challenges. That didn't stop Japanese construction company Maeda from trying though.
鉄骨のいいところっていうのは、鉄骨は引っ張る力には強いんですけど、その逆ですね、圧縮をする、押しつぶす力には弱いんですね。引っ張るのは強いんだけど、押しつぶすのには弱いっていうのが、これ鉄骨の特徴です。で、逆に木材は本当全く逆で、押しつぶされる圧縮する力には強いんですけど、引っ張られる力には弱いんですね。というところで、今回その鉄と木を使っている理由としては、それぞれのいいところは出せて、で弱いところを補えるというところが、その木と鉄のそのいいところになるんですね。
Maeda is going to construct a 13-story wood and steel hybrid office building in Tokyo's Shibuya district. To make the building earthquake-proof, designers came up with a hybrid lattice structure that will support the walls and create a more user-friendly experience.
もともと木造、建物、要は住宅とかなんかは木材で作ってたわけですので、木材を、その耐震要素だとか、台風要素ですね、風に対する要素として使っているというのは、それこそもう何千年も前から行われてたことなので、決してそれ自体は新しくはないです。で、ただそれをですね、その鉄骨造の中に木材を耐震要素として使ってたかと言われると、それは今まではなかなか使われてきませんでした。
アピールしたいっていう思いが非常にありました。ただ構造体として使うためにはガラスの外に出してしまうと、やはり雨風でさらされて劣化してしまってどんどん強度が落ちてしまうと問題があるので、ガラスの中に入れて外から見えるようなものにしようというふうに考えました。住環境というところを考えても、建物の中で、今回オフィスビルだったり一部店舗がありますけれども、建物の中で働いている方に対して、木というのがさまざまな科学的な良い影響を与えるというのが最近分かってきています。 例えばその香りが、もたらすもので、リラックス効果が得られたりとか、光の反射をですね抑える効果があったりだとか、それからもう一つですね、これはこのビルではなくって別のところで実際にデータを取ったものなんですけれども、空気のその部屋の中の空気の温度ですね、そういったものが鉄筋コンクリートの建物だと足元がすごく寒くて頭がなんかぼわっとする暑さが冬の暖房の時期にあるんですけれども、そういったものも一律で部屋の中全体を温めるような効果があるということで。
These designs and technologies have helped high-rise buildings to withstand typhoons and earthquakes, and now many low-rise buildings in Japan are starting to adopt them as well. Some vulnerabilities still exist, like older buildings constructed before regulations were tightened in 1981. With natural disasters becoming more and more frequent, these innovative designs and technologies could be key to protecting the economy and lives both in Japan and around the world.
Dear friends, I think we reached the destination. Okay. Any questions? Hello. Hello.
Yes, sir.
Okay അല്ലേ? ടൈം ഒരു 5 minutes കൂടിയേ ഉള്ളൂ. നമുക്ക് 11 o'clock അല്ലേ നമ്മുടെ ടൈം?
Yes.
ഓക്കെ, ആർക്കെങ്കിലും ക്വസ്റ്റ്യൻസ് ഉണ്ടെങ്കിൽ എനിക്ക് അറിയാവുന്നതാണെങ്കിൽ ഷെയർ ചെയ്യാം, അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഫ്യൂച്ചറിൽ നമുക്ക് ഓൺലൈൻ വഴി ഷെയർ ചെയ്യുന്നതാണ്. ബോറിംഗ് ആയിരുന്നോ? മനസ്സിലായ ബുദ്ധിമുട്ടൊന്നുമില്ലല്ലോ? എക്സ്പ്ലനേഷൻ കൂടുതൽ വേണമെന്നുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ പറഞ്ഞോളൂ, ചെയ്യാം.
Your class was very fine and informative for all the portions, all the current situations touches in everywhere, and some video clips are also fine. But I think you are not mentioned or not detailed in the present pandemic situation or any other disaster. That means I think the COVID or Nipah. We are engineers, but also the engineers have also an important role.
I shall tell some words. I shall explain for that. I worked as a sector magister for a short duration, a 1 month time. So I found that there is a rapid response team is available in Kerala, RRT. So we can execute the things through them. Means from the central ministry or Kerala government or collector, they can give the information to the society through these people, RRT people. Whatever may be the disaster coming in future, we can make use of them. So we have a proper device is there, means proper network is there in Kerala now. How we can manage the situation, whatever may be the situation may be flood, Nipah or COVID, the situation is there. Only thing is we have to give the information to the people, we have to give proper alert and proper knowledge should be shared among the people, then they will take their own precautions, and we have to if they are not taking the precaution, we have to implement our rules. So of course rules are there not to violate, but to save the people. We are using some rules and regulations, we are implementing some rules and regulations, and giving some direction. If people are following that by themselves, then it is well and good. If they are not following, we can give them ideas through the RRT people and all, like coronavirus, Nipah, how they are spreading, what are the precautions we can take, how we can isolate the people, and what are the how do we can counsel the people, how we can give release their stress, and what are the medicine precautionary things we can do. And after COVID and after Nipah, what are the treatments is available, and what are the facilities available to manage them, that and all. We can share to the people through the system, and from top level to the lower level also, and some voluntary people also will be there involved in that. Then okay, we can think about that. We can do similar to the structural engineers what they can do isolation. Similar way we can do some isolation like containment zone, micro containment zone, that and other thing we can do, and we can implement the methods. And if people are violating, we don't have any other way. We have to implement the rules somehow to save the people, not to disturb them, not to punish them. But we are doing the things, and the government is doing the things properly to avoid the spread of pandemic. So pandemic is also a kind of disaster. The government and the health department is doing their best to avoid the spread. And now the thing is we can take precautions like we can do the mask, we can do sanitize, we can do social distancing like isolation, social distancing. And if there is unnecessary roaming should be avoided. The people should do things whatever they need, not to spread the things. And you should be aware about it is a spreading disease, it's a pandemic, so better to keep away from other people and do their job and do the things for their living, not for uh, hurting others. So that kind of things are happening very well. So this RRT kind of situation means kind of group is similar to the disaster management people. They are doing their job well. That's what I observed during my uh, uh, it was my duty. It was the duty assigned to me, and so I involved in that. So that's what I learned from them.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Okay, welcome.
Thank you, sir. It was really an informative session. Now, I would like to invite Ms. Humeda Al Hadi to deliver vote of thanks. Participants kindly fill up the feedback form. The link of the same is shared in the chat box.
Good morning, all. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to our speaker, Dr. Shajil N. Sir, I'm sure that your talk on the topic disaster risk reduction, natural methods in structural engineering perspective was really enlightening and informative for the listeners. In the beginning of the session, you said that you will be taking us to a tour. Yes, sir, it was really a wonderful world tour for gathering informations related to disaster risk reduction by natural methods. And finally, you explained many important points that is kept in mind while designing structures. And that's all about the session. And we are also really grateful to you, sir, for guiding us throughout the planning and implementation of this program also. Once again, thank you, sir, for joining with us and sparing your valuable time with us. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Okay, bye.
Thank you, ma'am. That's the end of today's first session. Hope all the participants have filled the feedback form. So join back at 11:15 a.m. Thank you all.
Once again, good morning and welcome back to the program. Now is the time to move to the second session. I request Srigandan P, Assistant Professor, Civil Engineering Department, to introduce the resource person to the participants. Sir, please.
Yes. Good morning to one and all. Respected Chief Guest Dr. Abhilash, Dr. Professor Sayyid Jalaluddin Shah, HOD, Civil Engineering Department of the MESCE College of Engineering, and the coordinates of this faculty development program, and the faculty members and delegates. With immense pleasure, I take the opportunity to introduce Dr. Abhilash S., Assistant Professor of Department of Atmospheric Science, Cochin University Science and Technology, and to welcome him into this faculty development program to deliver the paper, Climate Change, Extreme Weather Events and Challenges in Disaster Risk Reduction. Dr. Abhilash completed his MSc degree Meteorology from Cochin University of Science and Technology during 2001 with a distinction and first rank, and acquired his PhD in atmospheric sciences from Cochin University of Science and Technology in the year of 2009. He started his scientific career as senior research scientist in Flagstone Reinsurance Bermuda Private Limited, and worked at the Indian Institute of Tropical Meteorological Science as scientist C and scientist D during the period of 2009 to 2016. He also worked as a visiting scientist in University of Miami, USA during 2014 and 15, and the National Center for Atmospheric Research in USA in 2014. He worked as Assistant Professor in Cochin Institute of Science and Technology during the period 2016 to 2020. Currently, he is working as the Director of Advanced Center for Atmospheric Radar Research at Cochin University of Science and Technology. He was bestowed with several national and international awards such as SARC Scientist Medal for the research work on the assimilation of MID Doppler radar wind observations in MESCE model for the short-range prediction of convective storms in 2007. He also received Indian Meteorological Society Award on Weather and Climate Services in 2017. He also crowned with the Best Young Faculty Research Award. His research interest field are on dynamical prediction of Indian summer monsoon, clouds and convection dynamics, climate modeling and climate dynamics, radar data assimilation, forecast system development, etc. He had published about 60 journal papers from his research fields. I heartily welcome you, sir, in this session for a session of faculty development program on behalf of the Civil Engineering Department of MESCE College of Engineering, Kuttippuram. And I am also welcomes all the participants to this section of faculty development program. Now I would like to invite Dr. Abhilash S. to deliver the paper presentation. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, sir, for the nice introduction, though it took a lot of time. So let me share my screen first. Are you able to see it?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Okay, today I'll be mostly discussing on what are the disasters connected to climate, mostly the climate extremes and connected disasters. So that posed a lot of challenge to the disaster management because the conventional and the usual weather events has changed a lot during maybe in the last 2-3 decades. And this is making a lot of challenge to the disaster managers to properly manage the event, and especially during the event and even the all stages of disaster management cycle. The climate change poses a real threat to the disaster managers. So let us look at the common disasters. So disasters can be classified based on their triggers, like geophysical, which includes earthquakes, Mars movements, volcanic activity. In that, it is means we have less to do with these systems. Like earthquakes, we cannot predict well in advance. And one thing we have to do is that we can make earthquake-prone buildings and structures like that. So one way of adapting to that earthquakes, but it will be mostly on the earthquake-prone areas. There is a kind of zonation. There you have to look for alternative measures to making structural changes to the buildings or other structures. And then if we coming to hydrological disasters, hydrological disasters, even though it is known by hydrology, but it is largely triggered by the meteorological factors, the climate factors. So either flood. So flood is a situation. It is actually a situation. It is not exactly due to the excess rain, heavy rain. All kind of heavy rain or extremely heavy rain will not necessarily translate into flood situation, but flood is a kind of situation. It is created because of various factors. So that is why it is considered as hydrological disaster. Then landslide, though it is triggered mainly by heavy and extremely heavy rainfall, but the landslide process, the different stages of landslide occurrence is mainly because of the though it is triggered by the rainfall, the most common the triggering mechanism of landslide is mostly because of the human activities. So then wave action is, in the sense, it is over the coastal region. So it poses threat to the coastal structures and even the coastal population, the densely populated coastal cities and all. But that is also a combination of the weather or oceanic events like strong waves generated in the ocean, or the that leads to erosion in the coastal region, and erosion will be a result of both natural and man-made process. So combined to this meteorological disaster, the amplitude or the vulnerability of the disaster can increase with the influence of human activities. And then the meteorological disaster, direct meteorological disaster in the form of storms, any kind of very small thunder clouds, starting from thunder clouds to like tropical cyclones. They pose a lot of threat to the human. So that is also being considered as a meteorological disaster. And then extreme temperature events like heat waves, though extreme temperature events are not that common in Kerala, but the northern states like Rajasthan, Maharashtra, Madhya Pradesh, up to Andhra Pradesh. Even nowadays, the heat waves conditions are becoming more common over Kerala region. That is also due to various factors. It is not the direct effect of temperature. It is a combination of both temperature and humidity. That is what available over the Kerala region. So that means if you look at the extreme temperature events, it has different kind of heat wave events exist. I am not discussing the exact factors for that. Then fog events, like fog events can cause like traffic accidents and especially the aircraft accidents and all. So that is also being considered as a fog, also being considered as a meteorological disaster. Then in another sense, the climatology on the bigger scale, climatological disaster, if you look at the climatological disaster, though Kerala, we won't consider drought, we normally consider flood as the disaster. But on the other hand, there is a silent killer, drought. Drought is another situation that is mainly, it is driven by the rainfall condition, but all meteorological drought, the meteorological drought in the sense that any shortfall in rainfall may not translate to other forms of drought situation like hydrologic agriculture. Initially it will translate into agricultural drought because that is the most affected sector if there is any shortfall in temperature in rainfall. So then it will further, if there is long period of deficit rainfall condition, that hydrological drought even can translate into agricultural drought can even translate into hydrological drought, and sometimes the prolonged 2-3 season or 2-3-4 years of prolonged drought condition over a region can translate the ecosystem. So that will ultimately translate into ecological drought. That is what happening over some part of Californian region, Australian region, and some of the Maharashtrian region, central north Maharashtrian region also experience this type of situation.
The resource person will be joining soon. Some net problem. Okay, sir.
Okay, I was not aware of, I lost my connection because I don't know at what point he lost the link.
Okay, sir, you share
Anyway,
the presentation.
Yeah. Anyway, I was discussing only the first slide, so I will start from there. Sorry, because this is the problem with the Google Meet. Okay, I was discussing only this slide, even though the connection lost. So this is, in essence, I think I have, it is time to stop this discussing this slide further. So, and this is the disasters which is linked to climate factors like floods, landslide, storm, extreme temperature, drought, even glacial outburst, wildfires. Now, biological disasters are also very common, like best example is the COVID situation. So this is another, the climate is also a factor in controlling this spread of this means vector-borne diseases and all. So that means if you look at the total spectrum of disasters, there are even, we can say that 80% of our total disaster spectrum is connected to, linked to climate factors. That is what I just want to convey. And if you look at the, and we have to, yes, I am audible?
Yes, sure.
Okay. We have to distinguish between hazard and disaster. We know that hazard, we cannot do anything about hazard. That is a potential threat to some system, because it's disaster. If you consider broadly, we can classify into natural and technological disaster. This is connected to if a road accident happens, or if a plane crash happen, or a ship accident happen, that can be considered as technological disaster. So, but this technological disaster sometimes is caused due to meteorological factors like high wind or torrential rainfall. That also lead to, like for example, the aircraft accident had happened in the Calicut airport. That was during a heavy rainfall day. So the trigger might have been due to meteorological factors. So this is how any disaster, if you look, more than 80% of the disasters has a link nowadays to meteorology or climate factors. So in this disaster subgroup can be considered as meteorological disasters, climatological disasters, hydrological disasters, though it is broadly classified into three, depending on the immediate effect. Meteorological disaster has an immediate effect like storm, extreme temperature, fog. Drought event is a kind of slowly evolving situation. Glacial outbreak, slowly evolving situation. But hydrological disaster, flood, landslide, wave action, in this also the triggering factor is meteorological factors. So that means if you consider all this type of spectrum of disasters, the triggering factor, the common hazard may be the meteorological factors. So the hazard is nothing but the process or phenomena or human activity that may cause loss of life, injury or other health impacts, property damage, social, economical disruption or the environmental degradation. That is termed as hazard. But all hazard will not develop or translate into disaster. It depends on situation. So all this meteorological drought cannot translate into ecological droughts if we properly manage the hazard. So that means a serious hazard means it is a serious disruption of the functioning of any spectrum, not only the human spectrum, the ecological or ecosystem spectrum of the environment. So, or community or a society. In any way, it is disrupting the activity of any spectrum of our Earth system, then it can be considered as a disaster. That means disaster has nothing to do with the total number of death situation. Nowadays we are counting the amplitude or the volume or gravity of the disaster in terms of total number of death or in terms of total number of economical loss. So, but there is other connected impact every hazard will make to the environment. That environmental impact we normally we ignore. So that means any type of this threat hazard that can translate into disaster, that depends on situations. So that is what the difference between hazard to disaster. And if you coming back to climate factors, climate change, I'm not discussing about the all aspects, science behind the climate change, but a little bit of science I am just introducing. So if you look at the last 4 lakh years of temperature, this is how the red line is the temperature variation during the last 4 lakh years. So the x-axis is years. So this 0 means present state, and 4,400 into 1,000. That means around 4 lakhs. So this is from the proxy data and all. We can derive the temperature of the Earth. So it's a kind of oscillating that it is known as glacial interglacial period. So this period between two interglacial cycle is almost like 75,000 to almost like 1 lakh years. But in synchronized with this temperature variation, if you look at the carbon dioxide variation, that is also derived from proxy data, we can find that the carbon dioxide also varies in tandem with the temperature. So that means this is how the carbon dioxide, we are normally talking about the carbon dioxide as a villain. So that is actually driving the global temperature. So this is the fact starting from maybe from millions of years back. This is the factor. But the thing is that even though it is fluctuating between high temperature and lower temperature, or glacial period and interglacial period, the concentration of carbon dioxide, this is never exceed this level. So this is almost like a 300 ppm. So that means the 300 ppm can be considered as a natural threshold or natural level of carbon dioxide if there is only natural activities. But now if you look at present stage, the carbon dioxide concentration shoot at 300 ppm, and it is something around 419 ppm by now, 419 ppm. So this is how the changes what is happening. Though these changes happen over a period of like just 150 years after the industrial revolution. So that means whatever the changes, so this 100 to 100 ppm changes is happening over a period of 75,000 years, even without human activity. But now whatever happened over a time scale of 75,000 in previous millions of years, that is happening over a 100-year period. That is what the climate change is visible or real, and mainly this increased carbon dioxide level is mainly due to the anthropogenic activities. So now coming to the fundamental question of how our planet Earth is suitable for life to flourish. So that is mainly because of two factors. One is the distance between Sun and the Earth. It is almost like 150 million kilometers, and this is the fundamental factor. The Earth is situating at a optimum distance from the Sun. But if you just replace Jupiter to Earth's position, can we expect the same temperature of the Earth as in Jupiter as Earth? No, the answer is no. Why? Because if this is just because of the distance, we could have expected Jupiter to have the same temperature, but it is not just the distance. That means there's something related to the planet is also playing a bigger role in making the temperature ranges on the Earth's surface livable to flourish the life, not only to flourish the life, to support the to have water on the Earth, and which supports actually life to evolve in different forms. So this is actually because of, this is just a combination of not only the optimum distance from the Earth, the peculiar characteristics of the planet, it is nothing but the normal natural greenhouse effect. If you look at the Earth without atmosphere, if there is no atmosphere around the Earth, atmosphere is a kind of gaseous envelope around the Earth that is actually protecting our Earth without losing much energy to the outer space. So that means if there is no atmosphere, the Earth temperature would have been only 256 Kelvin. This is something around minus 17 degrees Celsius. So I am not discussing the science behind it, but it is the reason. So then if you put atmosphere in between on the top of above the Earth's surface, we can say that there is naturally occurring greenhouse gas. CO2 is a naturally occurring greenhouse gas, and the H2O, water vapor, is a greenhouse gas. NO2 is a greenhouse gas. There are many greenhouse gas naturally occur. Methane is also another greenhouse gas. These naturally occur in the Earth atmosphere. So that what they will do is that the sun's radiation coming in the short wavelength, that is mostly transparent to the atmosphere. After absorbing the energy by the Earth, it will re-radiate back to the space. While radiating Sorry for this interruption. Actually, some electrical work is going in our campus, so internet is frequently disrupted.
Okay, sir.
So if any disturbance comes, just call me. I think what time we lost connection?
Yeah, just now, sir.
Just now, okay. So I will start again. I think we came this slide or this one.
This is over. The next slide.
Oh, okay. Then yeah, okay. So these are the natural factors which is driving. If you look at the 4.5 billion years of Earth history, 4.6 billion years of Earth history, we can find that Earth climate never stayed in a stable form. So I don't have to discuss that because that takes a lot of time. But it was means evolving over a period. So if you look at the oxygen concentration in the atmosphere, there was no oxygen, literally no oxygen when Earth was formed. Then it becomes a concentration of like 21% in the atmosphere right now. So that is all these factors, whatever now we have experiencing, Earth might have experienced lot of this climate events in its history that might have led to the natural evolution by natural selection. So, am I audible? Hello?
Yes.
Okay. So that means there are a lot of properties like Milankovitch cycle. So and we're discussing solar luminosity changes, volcanic activity, greenhouse effect that is natural, and oceanic current. Tectonics is another natural factor. If you look at 225 million years, like 22 crores of years back, we were having only one supercontinent called Pangaea. Then it splitted up into two parts, Laurasia and Gondwana. Then around 100 million years back, this Gondwana again split up into Africa, India, Australia, Antarctica. And if you look back 10 crores years back, our position, Kerala or India's position is in the southern hemisphere. So after that, due to plate tectonic, Indian plate moved towards north and collided with the Asian plate. That led to the formation of uplifting of the plate over that marginal area that made the Himalayan mountains and also the Tibetan plateau on the north of it. So that means we came to this distribution like a 7 continent and 5 ocean kind of distribution, maybe between 100 million years, 10 crores of years and today. So that means if you look at the present climate, what we are experiencing over Asia, India, Australia, Africa, especially North America,
There is some inconvenience with the speaker's network, so he will be joining soon. Sorry for the inconvenience.
Okay, is it visible now?
Yes.
Actually, extremely sorry for this disturbance because today there is lot of interruption happening in that LAN connection. So I just put it into my hotspot. Let us see whether it is playing. So this is what the birth of monsoon also happened in between 100 million years and 50 million years. So this is because monsoon is found over this region is mainly because of the presence of Himalaya, Tibetan, and the Indian Ocean. So Indian Ocean, all these geographical features just formed within 100 million years. So that means if you look at the age of monsoon, monsoon has an age lesser than 100 million years. So that means that is the climate of our Earth. So that means our geography or the distribution of continent with respect to ocean. So everything is a major factor in controlling climate. So why I am telling this is that because monsoon is our bread and butter. So our whole everything is depending on our entire lifestyle, and the livelihood. Everything is depending on the monsoon. So Indian monsoon or South Asian monsoon is that much important. Not only for India, mostly the half of the world population residing on this Asian or African region, they are supported by the monsoon systems. So this is what the monsoon is very much important in them. So if you look at the disasters, most of the times the extreme rainfall event is produced during monsoon season. So the monsoon is very much important for in either aspect. Monsoon is a very much important climate phenomena for Indian region. So monsoon is nothing but if you look at the wind pattern, July wind pattern, the wind is mostly coming from southwest. So from this Madagascar region, the wind is starting from here, then come towards India from southwest. That is not why it is not a southwest monsoon. But on the other hand, we have another monsoon, especially for this peninsular region during January, October, December. The wind is mostly coming north. That is why it is not northeast monsoon. That means between season there is a 180-degree shift in wind direction. So this is how our region is getting a common two type of monsoon. If you look at other Pacific region, the wind is always easterly, so same direction, and Atlantic almost same direction. But the change of direction is only happening over this domain. That is what our region is very much important, and that is how the monsoon is produced over our region. This monsoon is mainly produced because of the presence of this Himalaya, Tibet, and the orientation of this continental region. Not only the Indian continent, starting from Africa, Asia, India, up to Southeast Asia, up to China. This organization of the formation of the continent is the main reason for we having the monsoon system for our region. So now what is important is, as I told, this is natural greenhouse effect. So this is natural blanketing effect. If you put two blanket or three blanket instead of one blanket, so there earlier one blanket is kind of comfort zone for Earth. If you put two or three blankets, by adding more and more greenhouse gas to the atmosphere. So this will create warming effect, more warming effect to the earth. That is what the anthropogenic activity is emitting lot of greenhouse gas to the atmosphere, mostly from burning of fossil fuels and all. So that is adding more blanketing, more 1, 2, 3 blanketing effect to the Earth's climate. So that is how Earth system is warming. That is the meaning of global warming induced by anthropogenic activities. So if you look at the carbon cycle, we can find that every now this is the present day carbon budget. If you look at the total estimated carbon emission to the atmosphere from all processes, including man-made, natural, and everything, comes around 10 gigatons carbon. So, but the ocean will absorb 25% of this, and our land will absorb almost near to 25%. Like photosynthesis happening on the land and ocean will absorb almost like half of this 10 gigaton carbon. Oh, this is equivalent to almost like, that means half will be absorbed back, but rest of the half of the emitted 5 gigaton of carbon. That is almost like 40 to 50 gigaton carbon dioxide will be accumulated to the atmosphere every year. This is yearly budget, and that is how every year, if you look at the carbon dioxide concentration, is monotonically increases as with the temperature. So this is the link between carbon dioxide concentration and temperature on the Earth's surface. That is how the global warming, we always blame on carbon dioxide for this excess warming. So this, what is the reason behind this is that it is mainly anthropogenic activity. How we can derive is another way of finding out the anthropogenic causes for this change is running numerical models. So we can simulate the models of past climate with this observation. Black curve is observation, the temperature observation, as we are almost like a 1.1 degree warming stage now compared to the industrial level temperature. So if you run our models with only natural factors, this model will come to a state where the warming will be of the order of like 0.1 to 1%, 0.1 to 0.2 degrees Celsius. When we include anthropogenic factors in our model, then it is producing almost the same observed pattern as with the model. So that means this is the red curve is the model one with both natural and anthropogenic factors. This is exactly matching with the observation. This way also we can derive the we can realize or establish that anthropogenic activity is the main reason for this present rapid warming. So this is how the carbon dioxide concentration increased over a period, and the temperature, the red curve is the anomaly of temperature and how it is increased over a period. And if you look at the rate of increase of this carbon dioxide, we can find that it is increasing at a rapid rate as compared to previous years. So the rate of increase is also very rapid. And if you look at this animation, we can find that the temperature from 1850 is increasing outward. So 1.5 degree is a kind of the limit we set by Paris Agreement, but we are almost reaching to 1.5. So this is 76. It is expanding, and it is almost touching the 1.5 degree warming state. The global average on annual scale, it will not touch, though it is just touching in some year during summer. But that is the situation. It is even though we set the Paris Agreement, we have to limit global warming below 1.5 degrees Celsius, but we are already nearing to it. That is the reality. So then, in response to this, if you look at the carbon dioxide concentration compared to pre-industrial, starting from 1960 onwards, because that is the year from the Keeling started observing carbon dioxide concentration. So it is also kind of increasing, and it is almost like it is about to touch 420 parts per million volume by volume. So that means 300 to this 420, 120 parts per million volume of excess carbon dioxide is mainly produced, dumped to the atmosphere till now due to anthropogenic activities. If we are continuing our activity like this, more and more carbon dioxide will be dumped to the atmosphere. In consequence to that, Earth will get more and more warmer. So this is how, in essence, the natural climate change had happened over a period of lasting for a period of longer period of time. But what we are experiencing now is rapid changes. The rate of increase is very important. How we seen in the Earth history over a period of 75,000 years, that is happening over a period of 100, just less than 100 years. That is what the rapid change is, and this is the dangerous situation. So this is recently IPCC released the 6th assessment report, because every year IPCC, if you look at IPCC, Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, they started in 1988 and they produced the first assessment report in 1990. From that day, that year onwards, 3 decades before, IPCC is constantly warning the global the carbon dioxide. If we are going to increase carbon dioxide emission, that will lead to the excess warming that might have a lot of consequences to the planet, and not only the Earth, the living organisms. So that is what IPCC was warning from 1990 onwards, but now we experience almost each and every region on the Earth's surface is experiencing the warming climate and associated extreme climate events. So that means compared to 1850, this 1850 to 1900 base period temperature, our Earth temperature in 2020, it is warmed almost like 1.1 degrees Celsius warmer than the pre-industrial time period. That is the reality. So this is how the IPCC put forward. Recent changes in the climate are widespread, rapid and intensifying, unprecedented in thousands of years. So that means this rapid warming now has never experienced Earth before, maybe in last 2,000 years. And in terms of carbon dioxide also, it is indisputable that the human activities are causing climate change, making extreme climate events, including heat waves, heavier rainfall, droughts, and more frequent and severe. They are becoming more frequent and severe. So in essence, this is what experience in terms of carbon dioxide concentration. We are reaching highest carbon dioxide concentration which Earth had never experienced in last 2 million years. So sea level is fastly rising at a rate we never experienced in the last 3,000 years. The sea ice area is reducing, which we have never experienced in the last 1,000 years. The glaciers are retreating, which is unprecedented and which the Earth has never experienced in the last 2,000 years. So these are the conditions we are sitting now. And in response to this, what we expect in terms of rainfall and temperature is that the previous climate, we have a normal climate as a very average, very nominal temperature, but it is shifting from the distribution is getting wider, so that, and also shifting, not only wider, it is shifting towards the hotter climate, and the mean climate also shifted, and the variability shifted, and it is becoming more hotter state compared to the previous climate. This is what is happening in terms of temperature, and in terms of precipitation or rainfall. You can see that in the previous climate there is a more frequency of lighter rain events, but now what happened is that later rain event reduced, and in response to that, heavier rain events are increased. So that means if you look at the area under the curve, you will get almost same area. On a seasonal scale, you will get same amount of rainfall by the end of the season, but the contribution of rain contribution will increase, and the most the seasonal rainfall will be contributed as a heavy rain components. That is how the response to temperature and rainfall. Temperature response is more or less homogeneous. We can visualize everywhere, but the rainfall response is not that monotonic and homogeneous, because rainfall is not just about temperature. There are other factors also controlling rainfall. So that means there is no concurrent signal or confident, with confidence we cannot say that in terms of rainfall it is mainly contributed. It's a combination of natural variability or natural climate mode and the anthropogenic activities. So these are the, in essence, if you look at everywhere on the world, you are whether it is on polar region, tropical region, or south or north or east or west, you can find out very many weather extremes are happening nowadays all over the world. So this is the reality what we are sitting now. So we have to realize this thing, and this is in essence what we are discussed is that the finding out warming is like a running fever. So that means symptoms we find, and carbon dioxide concentration is increasing. That is the symptom. It is like finding the symptom for our fever, and then we have to find diagnose it. So after finding the symptom, we look for what is the causes. So then we diagnose it that the human activities are causing this increase in temperature. So then what about to do? We have to treat it. So this prognosis is that we have to prescribe it is like, treating a fever patient. Like we have to prognosis in terms of medicine with the wide ranges of fever. We have to prescribe antibiotics or other medicines and all. So this prognostic is very much important. To outlook is for more warming rate that can be disruptive and will cause stiffer. So based on that, we have to make the treatment protocol. Treatment protocol in terms of climate change is nothing but it is in short time. It is in long term. It is mitigation, reduce emission. That is for longer term action, but in short term adaptation is main important. So plan for the consequences. So this is how it is like the climate change problem is like treating a fever problem. We realize, we identify the symptom, we diagnose the symptom, we know the prognosis. Prognosis is nothing but reduce the emission. So now immediately considering the long lifetime of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere, even if we cut down carbon dioxide present emission, but the carbon dioxide what we have emitted in the atmosphere will stay for almost like 120 years. So that means even though we immediately cut down the carbon dioxide, but the present warming rate will continue for another year. So that's what the immediate mitigation is not possible. Here we have to adapt to the situation and then mitigate for the long-term future. So that is what the diagnosis or treatment plan is. But this treatment plan depends on how sometimes we forget to take the medicine. So whatever doctor prescribes, we will not follow that. The same way it is happening in the case of climate change adaptation issues or mitigation issues. We will discuss a lot about it, but we are less concerned about the consequences, and we are less bothered about the adaptation or mitigation measures. So that is what is happening. So in response to this, in terms of global water cycle, hydrological cycle, it is getting accelerated. So evaporation is getting accelerated due to high temperature. So then the water vapor content in the atmosphere will increase. So this water evaporated from the ocean. The ocean is also getting heated up, and that leads to more evaporation. Evaporation leads to more condensation. This condensed water will be transporting to the land. It will produce as heavy rain over the land, then it will run off to the ocean. This is the water cycle. What will happen is that in previous time evaporation was less, the water will be going into the land is less, so it is in a lighter form. But now the speed of this entire activity is increasing. That is not an accelerated water cycle. Instead of walking, it becomes running. So water is running through all the spheres. So that makes the hydrological cycle more accelerated, and it's getting accelerated more and more. It is mainly because of the global warming. We can say it is like with the warmer temperature, atmosphere can hold more water. So that means according to glacial clay equation, we can say that with every 1 degree rise in warming, we can expect almost like 7% increase in water holding capacity. So that means the temperature is a function of saturation vapor pressure as per glacial clay equation. We can find that as the atmosphere can hold more and more water. So when it rains, condenses and rains, it can rain more and more rain at a short period of time. That is what's happening. The main reason for more extreme or heavy rainfall even is becoming more frequent and common than the light rainfall even. So that is why it becomes more more evaporation and heavier precipitation. So in other words, also we can say that with respect to this is because global warming will act like means affect both end of the extremes. Like it can accelerate the flooding situation, short intense flooding situation, flash flooding situation, but at the same time it can trigger the drought situation also, because more water, heat means more evaporation. The more evaporation means more loss of water from surface. So this evaporated water may not definitely produced as rain for the same region. It will be raining on other regions. So that means some region will get more and more evaporation, more and more loss of water at the expense of this region. Other region may be benefited with the higher rainfall. So that means that even sometimes what will happen, we will get short spells of heavy rainfall, and between another spells there is a lot of gap between these spells, so that the chronic drought situation will become more aggravated. So that means the rising temperature two-way will affect the both end of the extremes, like flooding situation and drought situation. So these are the effects of this extreme heat waves becoming more common, heavy rainfall becoming more frequent and common. Drought is a silent killer. It is also becoming more common over everywhere. And forest fires are even becoming common over Kerala region, then ocean. We are mostly discuss climate change problem with respect to land-based adaptation or land-based system, but the ocean is the main thing. This is a main part of our climate system, because whatever we are dumping to the atmosphere as heat, the most of the 90% of the heat which we are adding to the atmosphere will be stored or absorbed by the ocean. If there is no ocean, we could have warmed at a much higher rate. So that means ocean is playing as a buffering system for this global warming issue, but there is some certain limit to which ocean can absorb water. If that limit also exceeds, the future will be grim. So that is what ocean is very much important. Not only that, ocean produces most of the 60 to 70% of oxygen which we are breathing, and also at the same time 25% of the carbon dioxide through photosynthesis and all being absorbed by the ocean. So this way ocean is very much important, but we are not discussing much on ocean part now. These are the observed, as per IPCC report, these are the observed pattern regarding South Asian monsoon region. This looks like a world map. This is America, North America, South America. This is Asia, Europe, Africa. So this is almost like, so this region is the South Asian monsoon region, where we can see that observed hot extremes are being increased. With a high confidence, we can say that our Indian region heat extremes are becoming more common. So in terms of heavy precipitation, but as I said, with the hot extreme, we can attribute the global changes of the hot extreme. But the similar way, we cannot attribute the cause of this extreme precipitation event entirely to human activities or the global warming, but to some extent with the medium confidence, with the medium or low confidence, we can say that the increase in heavy precipitation is mainly because of the anthropogenic activities of global warming. And then if you look at the agricultural and ecological drought, here there is no specific signal in terms of ecological drought condition, but I am not discussing that here. But if you look at, I told the Western North American region and Californian region, the increase in ecological drought is mostly with medium confidence. We can say that it is attributed to global warming. So this is the, in essence, we are having more and more carbon dioxide, almost like emission from fossil fuel is around 10 gigaton carbon. That emission from land use also is there, but in terms of absorption, ocean is absorbing ocean is absorbing only 20 to 3 gigatons, and land is also absorbing around 2 to 3 gigatons of carbon dioxide, carbon. So that is what less of the 4 to 5 gigaton of carbon is dumping every year to the atmosphere. So this is the political issue, socio-economic issue. If you look at the total emissions, so what we are experiencing in terms of climate change is because of the global warming. That global warming is due to the anthropogenic activities, especially due to the high concentration of carbon dioxide levels in the atmosphere, mainly due to developmental activities, and which is contributed mainly by 3 countries, 4 countries: United Nations, European Union, Russia, and China, and Japan. So these developed countries, that they have contributed more than 60% of the carbon dioxide which we are experiencing today in the atmosphere. But we are on the same road, like, with less than 3 to 4% contribution. So in terms of its impact, if you look at the impact of this or the death associated with extreme events, the developing nation or underdeveloped nations are more hit by this problem of climate change. But the real issue is that we have the developing nations or underdeveloped nations, they have not contributed this global warming issues much, but they are the most affected countries compared to developed nations. They have more sophisticated technology and way of adapting to this situation. But they are also nowadays you can see that Canada, California, China, everywhere flooding situation is increasing. So it is up to them also. They are also experiencing the heat from the global nowadays. They cannot escape from that. So if you look at the total number of disasters, I am here, we are just comparing the whatever extreme events or disasters happened in 2020 compared to the 2000 to 2019, last 20 years average compared to 2020. 2020 was a hottest year before behind 2016. If you look at the global average temperature, 2016 was the warmest temperature on record in the last 150 years, followed by 2020, though it was not a El Nino year. So that is the significance. So even without a El Nino year, we are getting heating condition up to a level of a El Nino year similar to 2016. Even without El Nino, due to global warming, we are accelerated this global warming effect, that we can say in nutshell. So that here, if you look at the last 20 years, the average value of total disasters comes around 368, but in 2020 alone, we observed almost 389 global disasters, of which 161 happened in Asian region. So this is Asian and followed by Africa. Then America is also not left out. They are also experiencing a lot of cyclonic activities or hurricanes. There Tempest, Katrina, Maria, like from drought, it is reduced in 2020 compared to other. In terms of flood, the 20-year average flooding situation for year is 163 global average, but in 2020 we experienced almost like 201 flooding situation. But in terms of storms, extremely severe storms, it was the normal value is 102, global average value is 102, around 100. But in 2020 we experienced over the globe almost like 127 severe cyclonic storms or hurricanes. So this is how the extreme events, even a single year, the single recent year is changed a lot compared to the last 2 decades. So in terms of human impact or in terms of death, we can say that death is reduced. That is the main part of the story. So if you look at the last 2 decades of average, death was on average around 61,000, but it reduced to 15,000 in 2020. So this is the main improvement. So compared to previous decades, the death toll was large, but still is the largest contribution of death in terms of meteorological disasters. So in that, if you look at the total contribution, you can find earthquakes also. So earthquake contributes a large portion. So if we remove that, in this will be almost like 30,000. It will come below 30 or 25,000. So that is also a factor you have to keep in mind that. But otherwise, the flooding situation, due to flood, earlier it was 5233 on an average, but due to flooding situation, the contribution of death is increasing over this region. And earlier, due to heat extreme to 96, but that is reduced. That is also a good news. And then if you look at the storm, severe storms and the cyclonic system, the death from severe cyclonic storm over a 20-year average is around 10,000, but it reduced to 1,700 in 2020. So this is show some kind of optimism for the future. At least we can limit that death toll with respect to climatological or meteorological disasters. So there is a story behind that. We have to look for how it was possible. And if you look at the economic loss, laws during 2020-29, that 20-year period, average is something about 151 billion US dollars. But in 2020, it took around 171 billion US dollar economic loss. That is cumulative economic loss of all meteorological disasters happening over the world. But this contribution, if you look, the total economic loss contribution is mainly coming from America, followed by the Asian region. So this is what the controversy is. If you look at the death toll, it is very less. The disaster is also of the same model as you are experiencing in the Asian region, but the economic loss is more mainly because they are developed nation. Each event will cost a lot for them. That is the reason. So then, if you look at the top 10 disaster during this time, in terms of death, if you look at the Ethiopia is having more than 3 lakhs death toll in 1983. That is mainly because of drought. The drought situation can kill people of the order of like 3 lakhs people. Many have migrated from that Ethiopian region to some other African region. So this means drought is the dangerous problem. It is a kind of slowly evolving disaster situation. As I said, disaster is nothing but it should not cause the death toll, but if it start become disaster whenever it disrupt the life, society, and everything. So then the storm, Bangladesh, there is one storm in 1970. It took around 3 lakhs people. And then a storm Nargis in recent 2008. That killed around 138,000 people in Myanmar. In a recent storm, Gok in 1991 in Bangladesh, that killed around 1 lakh. If you look at top 10 death tolls, most of the developed nations are not coming, except this Russian region. Other developed nations are not coming into picture. That means, and if you look at the economic loss, they are at the first. Katrina, Harvey, Maria, Irma, Andrew, all these cyclone hurricanes, they claim more than $100 billion per cyclone. If there is cyclone, it will lead to $1 trillion business. So that means US is losing a lot in terms of economic loss, but in terms of death, the developing nation or underdeveloped nation. This is a real paradox, actually. This is the real paradox of this climate extreme problem. So that needs to be addressed on a global scale. So this is how, in essence, what I have discussed about this issue. So the contribution of middle income, low income groups. Then if you look at the regional breakdown, especially over Asia, you can see that last top 10 disasters happened over Asian region. Mostly it is happening over Bangladesh, Myanmar, and China is also there. In 1970, some flood event, a low level flood event took around 20,000 people lost their life in Chinese flood in 1975. Other than that, mostly Bangladesh is hard hit by extreme weather events. Then India is also not bad. In 1999, a super cyclone in Orissa, this one, it took around almost 10,000 lives. And before that, in 1977, also in India, it took around 50,000 lives in a storm. So this is for India. If you look at the storms, were the main reason for. But now it is reduced. It is up to, though we had a recent super cyclone storm Amphan last year, but it didn't. The total death toll is less than 50. So that is actually one of the promising thing happened in terms of this disaster management, in terms of prediction, early warning systems and prediction capabilities related to cyclonic storms. And then disasters type, if you look at in terms of law, we can say that China is mostly losing, because as with the US, China is also considered as a semi-developed or developed country. So in terms of India, it is just 16. The highest in last 20 years is $16 billion. That is due to 2014 flooding event in India. So this is the total spectrum of economic loss and total related to disaster event connected to extreme weather events. So this is occurrence of disaster by type. We can say that in 2020 there are a lot of flooding events. That's the main cause of disaster in 2020. So that is already so that means the question we can ask. In 2020 there was more. What about 2021? If you look at the half year toll, it is already took $93 billion in the half of 2021. So that means we have to wait for another maybe 3-4 months to get the real picture of total disasters due to extreme events in 2021. So this is how the things have been changed. The number of disasters, the weather-related disasters increased over a period of 50 years, causing more damage but fewer death. So that causing more economic loss, but we can limit the death toll thanks to our better management plans and a better early warning system, which led to especially improved early warning system with respect to cyclonic storm predictions. Cyclone prediction that might have improved, or that might have helped in reducing the death toll. Though if you look at the factor increase, the climate extremes have increased over a factor of 5, but the death toll has decreased almost of a threefold. 3 times the toll has been decreased. And if you look at economic loss, it has increased by 7-fold. So that is what the real fact of this story. The fact the extreme events are increasing, but the promising is that the toll is decreasing, but economic loss is increasing. So this is a mixed problem, because none of this looks convincing for a sustainable future of the earth. So that means we have to have a clear-cut idea about managing all this event. Not only our aim is not only to limit the death toll, but at the same time we have to reduce the economic loss, and also we have to find out a way to live with this situation, because the hazard will become we cannot restrict or we cannot block the hazard. We have to live with the hazard. At the same time, we have to reduce both economic loss and the death toll. So that is the two-way approach we have to do, and we have to go a long way there, because there should be a concurrent effort to regional or local level mitigation process should be, or adaptation strategy has to be implemented, so that we have to have the profiling of this type of different disasters over each and every region of the Earth's surface, especially for Kerala. At least we should have an idea about each district, what are the possible or vulnerability associated with all these hazards. So this is how we have to go forward. And if you till now we were mostly discussing about the global scenario, but if you come to Indian scenario, you can say that Indian region almost 68% nets zone area means agricultural field are under drought prone. And landslide we are getting Himalaya is the chronic landslide area, and also our Konkan coast we are getting mostly rainfall induced landfall of 6 to 7 landslides during every monsoon season, either in the Congo region or in the Himalayan region. So another is the forest fire. The 65% of our forest will be under threat of forest fire especially during last 2 decades. And then earthquake, it will not come under meteorological hazard. The flood, most of our region are prone to flooding situation, especially the flash flood situation. Heat waves also I discussed because our northern Indian region is prone to heat waves. And then cyclonic storms. We have 2 cyclonic storms like pre-monsoon, March, April, May season, and the post-monsoon, October, November, December season. So these are the 2 seasons. Considering our large coastal region, so due to our shape of the coast, almost like 7,000 kilometer long coastline, cyclones are becoming more intense. So it is in response to warming Arabian Sea and Indian Ocean. So then heavy rainfall, even flash flooding, even this is also becoming a common affair during monsoon season, because though in Kerala this year we didn't get any flash flood even, but at the same time if you look at the northern regions, especially around Konkan region and Bihar region or northeastern region, they have already experienced 2-3 flooding situation in even this monsoon season. Then another factor is the thunderstorm. We often let's discuss about this thunderstorm, because if a thunderstorm comes, means this hazard or even disaster is limited to a very small region, and the exposure will be very less. So that means the death toll, if it will be 1 or 2. Only associated hazard is lightning. That is, lightning is mainly the main potential hazard as far as thunderstorm is concerned, but it is killing large number of people even 1 year. 1 year around almost like 400, more than 400, 500 people every year is being killed by lightning strikes. So that is less discussed. Even if you look at the Indian Kerala scenario also, every pre-monsoon season we are losing few lives and also damage. So this is how the spectrum is. This is how the flooding and droughts situation. And come down to Kerala situation, if you look at the scenario in Kerala from 2015 to 20, we are every summer season we are nowadays experiencing heat wave events. That is mainly because 2 factors: heat wave due to increasing temperature as well as the presence of humidity. That is because
Sorry for inconvenience. There is a network problem with our resource person. Hope that he will be joining back soon.
Is it visible now? Okay, you can see this slide, right? I think. Hello?
Slide is not visible.
Okay, slide is visible, right? So I think the connection
No,
lost
sir.
in this slide.
Slide is not visible.
Not visible. What about now? Hello?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It's visible.
Okay, I think we lost link at this slide, right?
Okay.
Or
just before
I think we lost
slides,
this one.
You completed natural disasters.
natural hazards in India. This slide, right?
Yeah, this I think I had discussed
Completed.
everything, right?
Yeah.
Completed. So now I am moving to I think in this presentation becomes a disaster now. So a lot of issues. So this is the situation in Kerala. So if you look at 2015 to 20, maybe last 10 years or 5 years, we can find that heat wave conditions are increasing over our region, Kerala region. This is mainly because of two reasons, not just because of the increase in temperature, but it is a concurrent increase in water vapor in the atmosphere. So we are water vapor availability in Kerala is very high. So that means if you have only 35-degree ambient temperature with 60, 70 or 80% water vapor, relative humidity, so it can add up warming effect. That means it can, the effective temperature what you feel in that situation of the order of like 40 to 45 degrees Celsius. That is what that the heat wave, in other form of heat waves, is becoming very common in Kerala region. That will lead to a lot of heat-related health issues. And then the drought situation in Kerala. If you look at 2016, we had a severe drought in 2016 because there was almost like 45 to 50% reduction in annual rainfall. That was the largest deficit rainfall in last 100 years as far as Kerala is concerned. So we experienced a very severe drought situation. That time there was discussion was mostly on drought situation. Every KSRTC bus we could have seen, every drop of water is precious and we have to save water, every drop of water, and we have to in 2017 till that time we believed that cyclone will not come and hit our coast because cyclone were a common affair in as far as east coast of India is concerned. Cyclone is a regular affair, like 2-3 cyclones in a year they used to experience. But we never experienced till Oki in 2017. But there are some records. I am considering only last 30 years, we never experienced. So that now after this Oki, when the cyclones are regularly visiting us, coming close up to our Kerala region, though it didn't make the landfall, the last talk day, that is also came very closer to our northern Kerala region and produced lot of coastal erosion and coastal inundation and coastal flooding, even monsoon type of flooding situation in the land also. So this cyclonic system is a very dangerous feature which we are experiencing as far as Kerala is concerned. It is mainly because of the warming Arabian Sea. And 2018, 19, 20, we had a lot of flooding events. In 20, though we didn't have much floods, but landslide was there in terms of Pettimudi landslide events. So this is how the Kerala also nowadays experiencing a lot of issues from extreme climate events. So if you look at in terms of death and damage, if you look in 2017, okay, it took around 318 total lives, and now 140 is already missing because we even didn't get the body of and this is just from Kerala coast. Similarly, there are a lot of death from Kanyakumari coast and even northern Kerala coast, north of Malappuram coast. So only this is just referred to Kerala, and then the loss is almost like $920 million. So then flood in 2018, it took around, this is cumulative, 683, it's a cumulative flooding for the entire season. There also missing is there. The damage is billion, 5.6 billion. And 2019, the death toll was because it is limited to a very small region over northern Kerala, and the total damage should be estimated. In 2020, though it took around 130 to death, but mostly it happened, half of it happened in the Petumudi area, and 19,000 crore economic loss. So the lightning, that is the main, another silent killer, like drought even. So that is on an average, they are claiming. Nowadays it is very much reduced, but more than 10 per year, we can say that. But it is an isolated event, random events, which varies year to year. There will be a lot of variability. So this is one of the spectrum of disasters we have to consider for as far as Kerala is concerned. So even nowadays, if you look at the Kerala, is every year we are experiencing climate-related disaster in Kerala in one form or other. This year also we experienced in terms of stock, it has produced a lot of coastal erosion, coastal inundation, coastal storm surge, even coastal flooding even over Kerala coast. So that means every year we are experiencing this climate-related disasters in Kerala. It is becoming more common and it is becoming more frequent. That is what it is happening. This is in response to not only the global warming, in response to our atmospheric warming, our oceans are also warming because, as I said, 90% of the excess heat added to the atmosphere is being absorbed by the ocean. So that the ocean is also warming, Arabian Sea is warming. Arabian Sea is warming at a rapid rate compared to other ocean basins. If you compare the warming rate, the trend of Arabian Sea warming with the other ocean basins, we can find that it is almost like 1.1 degree, 9 degree per 100 years. And if you look at the Pacific, it will be just 0.7 degrees Celsius per 100 years. So that is what the rapid warming happening over the Arabian Sea. So this is in terms of this warming, what is happening is that distribution of cyclone get disturbed, and we are getting more and more severe cyclones both in the post-monsoon season and in the pre-monsoon season. Nowadays, if you look at the monsoon onset period, we are getting more and more severe cyclonic storms during the monsoon onset time. So if you look at the last 2-3 years, Ashoba in the 2015, Vayu, Nisarga in 2019, 2020 Vayu, and then 2021 Tokte. All these cyclonic events are becoming a common affair, especially during the monsoon onset period. Not only onset time, the post-monsoon periods, post-monsoon cyclones over Arabian Sea is also increasing. That is the main reason our west coast is no longer safer as far as cyclones are considered. So that means we have to expect more and more cyclones, at least if it is not even come and hit the coast, but it will have lot of effects to our coast. So that we have to take into consider when we are devising proper disaster management strategies. And in terms of extreme heavy rainfall event, what is happening over Kerala is that earlier decades the heavy rainfall contribution was very less, but that is becoming very high during this time. So there is a clear signal of increase in trend in the extreme rainfall event over Kerala. So not only the intensity increases, if you look at the variability, so that means it is getting lot of our system is getting disturbed. The stability of our monsoon system is getting disturbed, so that the interannual variability, intra-seasonal variability, you can expect a very, very low rainfall in a season. At the same time, you can expect at the very high rainfall in the same season. So that means the variability of rainfall is increasing. That means the stability of the system, monsoon system over Kerala is getting more and more erratic, more and more unstable, so that it will have a lot of impact in the future. So this is how happened in the last 3 years. The red thing is the extreme rainfall event happened in, this is in 2018, August event. This is the red region where the flooding event happened. In 2019, this is in August 8. This is the time when North Kerala landslides and cloudburst event happened. And this is during 2020, though it was not up to this scale, but towards this time, Pettumudi also received kind of heavy rainfall event into 2020. So this is how there is different way of classifying these extremes. I am not going to discuss how we can derive extremes from the data. So if you look at this thing is that if you look at these 3 spells, this rainfall spell is coming. Rainfall is coming as spells, meaning there will be 2-3 days of high rainfall for a period of 2-3 days. So this is maybe for 5 days. This is also for 5 to 6 days, maybe 5 days. If you look at accumulated 5-day rainfall during that time, 2018, 2019, and 2020, and this is a color scale amount of rainfall in millimeter, and the size of this circle will also depending on the intensity. As the size increases, intensity increases. This is scaled with this color. And if you look at the 2018, it is mostly over Idukki. Most of the rainfall received over the Idukki, that led to the more damage to during that time Idukki and Ernakulam and the Thrissur districts. So if you look at the amount, it is almost like a 1100 millimeter, almost like 110 centimeters. So this 110 centimeters rainfall is the rainfall we are receiving for a period of 2 months. So that means the normal rainfall, if it is a normal light rain contribution, we would have received this rainfall in 2 months. But this 2 months rainfall is being received just in 5 days. So that is that is how the things have been changed. In 2019 also, it was very less over southern region, but it was more severe in the northern region. This is mainly because of the cloudburst event happened in 2019. So that scale is even 120 and more. So that means in 5 days, 120 centimeters rainfall, that is almost like the amount of rainfall we should expect in 2 months. That means 2 months period rainfall is received in just 5 days. So in 2020 also it is, though the intensity is very less, but it is almost like around 80 to 100 centimeters. So that is the way in which the distribution, both the spatial distribution, the temporal distribution of the rainfall is changing over Kerala region. That is a very difficult situation we have to address. So in terms of cloud structure, we can say that we are getting earlier, if you look at north of this Kerala region, will be getting very low clouds. But nowadays in Kerala region also, we are getting very vertically developing clouds over Kerala region, this region. That is also a factor of this cloudburst event. Whenever this cloud becomes more taller, so normally during monsoon season, our Kerala region is getting rain from very shallow clouds. That meaning that the cloud will not develop above 7 kilometers. But nowadays, what is happening is due to more availability of water vapor in the atmosphere, cloud can grow even up to maybe 10-12 kilometers in height. So that it is vertically developing cloud. That is why we are getting during monsoon season also we are getting lot of thunder clouds and lightning. So especially in the previous decades, during monsoon time, this thunder cloud was not present during over our region. Now the cloud structure, that is meaning is that it is not just about the rainfall distribution, the structure of the cloud is also changing. That is actually making the prediction or the management more difficult, because this type of vertically developing deep cloud can produce like 5 to 10 centimeters of rainfall in just 1 hour. That will produce, that is more dangerous than a distributed rainfall of 20 centimeter in 1 day. So that is the difference. That means you are getting daily rain, extremely heavy rainfall, which was recorded in previous history over a period of day, in 1 day or 24 hours, that much rainfall you are getting in 2-3 hours. That has got much damage potential than the extremely rainfall on a daily scale. That is what this type of mini cloudburst events and micro cloudburst event, mesoscale cloudburst events are becoming more common over our region. That is very much difficult because even predicting these type of localized random events is very much difficult and challenging. And this is how, if you look at our future, for the future also, AR5 derives some future scenarios based on earlier AR6, AR5, they are mostly based on the representative concentration pathway. We set different type of radiative forcing at the end of the century. Based on that, we derive some pathways. But this is not convenient because our future emission not only depends on scientific factor or the radiative factors or the physical sense, but it depends on the socio-economic factors. Like socio-economic factors has to be built into the system. So that is why AR6 is different from AR5, because in AR6, without considering the physical aspect, it considered all the shared socio-economic aspect to the scenario development. So that is more convincing. So even if there is a middle of the road meaning that we continue like this, then by 2050 we will start reducing the emission, and maybe by 2100, after 2100 we reach a level of net zero emission below 100. So that is our aim. If we follow this path, even if we follow this path, our temperature will rise above 2 degrees maybe in another 20-30 years. So that is how this different scenarios, even if we follow a middle of the road scenario, we will shoot up to above 2 degrees Celsius by 2060 and 1.5 degrees Celsius by something around 2040. So this is how, if we continue our business as usual, we will end up with a 2 degree warmer climate in about just 60 or 40, 50 years. So this is what one scenario. If you are doing like a more developed scenario, like 8.5 watts per meter square radiative forcing at the end of 2100, it will end up like 4 degree warming situation. So that means if you cut down all emission right now, it will be below 1.5. So that means this is not possible at all, considering the present day of our developmental activities. Something between these three scenarios is possible in near future. Even that scenario, but with that scenario or middle of the door scenario, we will end up with a warming rate of more than 2 degrees Celsius by 2060. That is the dangerous situation, because even with 1.1 degree, what we are experiencing now is very much dangerous. Then consider 2 degree warming. Then what could be the reason? What can be? What we have to expect in future? So this is in response to this. We can expect a 10-year extreme event. Maybe earlier, without human effect, we are getting 1 10-year event. It will become 3 events per 1 degree warming, and 7 events by 4 degree warming. So that is the difference. So this extreme hot events can increase 9-fold if we are emitting like this. Up to we do lot of development activities, end up with extreme temperature event over land. 10-year extreme event becomes like 7 times we will get in a 10-year extreme events, like that it will become. So then in terms of heavy rain event, it will by 1.5 degree warming, it will increase by 1.5 times, and 4 degree warming, it will increase by 3 times. So in terms of ecological drought condition, it will be 2 times for 1 degree warming. So that is what we are experiencing. By if you increase the temperature by 4 degree, it will increase by 4 times in 10 years. So this is how the thing is, and this is how the different disaster. If you look at tropical cyclone, it is a one hazard, but it has got different linked disasters. Like it can produce heavy rainfall in the land, and at the same time it can produce flooding situation in the coast, and at the same time it can produce storm surge in the coastal region. So that means we have to expect multiple hazards combined in future. If a tropical cyclone or the cyclone system is passing close to us, we say that okay, it is passing through Lakshadweep region, which will not be affected, which will not get affected by us to us. But it considers it moved close to Lakshadweep, but lot of rainfall, coastal inundation, storm surge event had happened along the coastal regions of Kerala. So that means we have to expect compound events, multiple events at the same time. If you have storm surge coming, sea level is rising, cyclone is approaching, all on top of the expected sea level rise, the storm surge due to cyclone induced storm surge will be on the top of this, like 3 to 4 meters. Then more water will indent to the land, especially the coastal region. If there is riverine flooding, lot of water is coming from land, it will become a very difficult situation as far as coastal region is concerned. So we have to expect this. We are least bothered and we are less prepared for facing this type of situation. We have to anticipate this type of situation in future. That is what we have to say. Every time we are escaping from very big disaster event, but one day if a 1 in 10 year or 1 in 100 year event happens, so this will lead to lot of serious problem. So for that we need ultimately required in future is that multi-hazard early warning systems where participation of this local people, community, society is very much important. The risk knowledge is the important part of this. The risk we have to know what type of hazard we are going to face in future. Then we have to develop better monitoring warning system to predict the property as different aspect of the system well in advance, maybe 10 days, 15 days in advance. Then properly it has to be communicated, because nowadays it has become a fashion that red alert, orange alert, even green alert will be projected as a big heavy rainfall event in Kerala. So communicating the proper content in a forecast is also very much important, and dissemination of this forecast to the public is very much important. That there the media and both visual and print media has to play a bigger role. Then response capacity. So the response capacity is the main important one. That is what, even though the disaster is increasing in US also, but the death toll is reducing. And if you look at the disaster management cycle, there are 3 ways to manage this. There is 3 stages of disaster management. One is responding to the disaster event at the same time whenever disaster is happening. Then we have to recover from that disaster event. Then we try to devise strategy to mitigate this type of event in the future. Then we have to prepare for this, that is adaptation. So that means there are a lot of activity connected to disaster management. I won't think this is happening anywhere in India and Kerala in this way. If you look at the response time, normally we will not get much response time during a disaster event. And we get a lot of time for preparation, but we get a lot of time for mitigation. And then after that, responding time and recovery time. But as far as our entire human effort is concerned, during a disaster in Kerala or India, it is like this, the tilted structure. This is the expected man hour related to disaster. But in reality, what is happening is we are spending lot of time, or we are investing lot of time during the disaster event. After that, we forget about the preparation or mitigation part or the adaptation part. So this is what we have to address. The climate change is a systematic risk for the world, whole world, not only India, Kerala, or anywhere on the earth's surface. Climate change is posing lot of risk, introduce lot of new type of risk that we have to be anticipated and prepared for. Unlike the COVID-19 crisis, it does not have an expiry date. That is very much important. So it will stay with us. Thank you. I will stop here. Thank you. Back to the organizers. Hello?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Now it is time for question answer.
Thank you.
Participant can post a question in chat box.
I'm having a doubt. You mentioned
Okay.
about the plate.
Yes.
Okay, so what are the factors which are affecting that process? It's still happening in our Earth.
Yeah, it is a continuous process because our continental plates are floating on a fluid medium. So still our plates are moving at a velocity of like a few millimeter per year. So it is happening till also.
Any factor which is affecting that, any climatic changes like that?
Hello? Hello?
Sir?
Yeah, did you hear the answer?
Yeah. Any factor which is
Okay.
affecting that, any climatic changes like that?
Climate change will not directly influence the plate tectonics because it is a geological process. Because geological forcings are very much important. Like there are forces below the surface of Earth because these plates are floating on the fluid, so easily it will drift. So the geological forces are very much important than climate forces. But this process in turn will will determine the climate of the system.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay, sir. There is no more question.
Okay, you can stop. Okay.
Okay. Now I would like to invite Ms. Humaida Ali to deliver vote of thanks. And participant kindly fill up the feedback form. The link of the same is shared in chat box.
There is echo. Mute one of you. Hello, is it audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so I would like to thank Abhilash sir for the wonderful session, and they talked about the various climate change properties and disasters. So thank you, sir, for handling a wonderful session. It was informative. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. That is the end of today's second section. Hope all the participants have filled the feedback. Join back at 2 o'clock p.m. For the final section. Thank you all.
told you there's no PPT, and could you find time to send a mail to everybody?
Yeah, I have sent it yesterday with all your links.
Okay, let's see what happens today.
Yeah.
Because if you don't participate, then the sessions are not such a big success story.
Yeah,
I don't
yeah.
have much to say. It's a question of.
Yeah, sir. We'll see it with.
Yes. Harita CR has left the meeting. Who's this Harita? There is one Harita, architect in Cochin or somewhere.
Normally, our participants are from our colleges,
Yeah.
KTU, university colleges. Other than that, few 3 or 4 participants are there for other than this college.
Yes. So all the 70 who registered, majority are from KTU only.
Yeah, because it is KTU sponsored, they prefer to be 11.
Yes. And one request after this is done.
Yeah.
I wish you can share the recording with me.
Sure, sir. We have live YouTube also.
But the YouTube will not be available later, isn't it? Or will it be available ever?
It will be available. The link will work.
In the channel, some link.
Yeah.
Anyway, there's some Vaishali who collects some of these kind of sessions which I do. So I'll be once you send me the link, I'll send it to her. So she downloads it or saves it somewhere.
Okay, sir. Sure, I'll send you.
Okay. Anybody else joining? Is Prasanna coming today? May not be. Doubtful.
And I contact her.
No, Prasanna has heard me enough number of times. She knows what I'm going to talk.
Okay, sir.
All right, let's wait.
Okay, sir.
I will keep it in. I'll unmute and keep the camera also. Turn off the camera and I'll mute. I'll wait.
Okay, sir. Or 5 minutes. 2 5.
Whenever you are ready, just speak. I can hear you.
Yeah, sure, sir. Okay.
And a big thanks for changing the schedule. Thank you very much.
Okay, sir.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, all. Welcome back to the program. Let's move on to today's final session. I request Sri Shyam MS, Assistant Professor of Civil Department, to introduce the resource person. Sir, please.
Thank you, Shanta. Myself, Sri Shyam, Assistant Professor, Civil Engineering Department, MES College of Engineering. And I'm here to give an introduction of our speaker for the afternoon session, Professor Satyaprakash Varanasi. Professor Satyaprakash Varanasi studied architecture in Bangalore, urban design in Delhi, and heritage conservation in England. A former professor of architecture, he is involved in academics, freelance writing, professional associations, and in NGO initiatives. Passionate about writing, his articles have got published in leading dailies like The Hindu. He has also appeared in TED Talks. He is a visiting faculty since 2015 in the School of Architecture, MES College of Engineering. Now, he is also one among the prominent advocates of cost-effective and eco-friendly architecture. Right from his early days, he was attracted to design ideas rooted in cost, culture, and climate. According to him, while designing, one must be cost-conscious, and the building design should be climatically appropriate and culturally conforming. His consultancy firm, Satya Consultants, is in Bangalore, is into eco-friendly and cost-effective construction for the last 3 decades. I invite Professor Satyaprakash Varanasi to this session for his talk on Are We a Disaster? Welcome, sir.
Thank you, Sri Shyam. And welcome to everybody who is here together in this afternoon, post-lunch. You know, most often people give very short lunch break. So people don't have much time to eat heavy and then fall asleep. You know, but 1 hour lunch break is a good lunch break. One can have a good 10, 12, 15 course meal, take even a short cat nap and come. Or at least maybe that's what I have done. I would not have been here today with you if not for Prasanna, the director, principal at the School of Architecture of MES. Incidentally, when Vidya called me, approached me at first, I think, and it was to call Prasanna. I think Prasanna joined, looks like I see her name somewhere here. So I called
Yeah, ma'am was joined.
Yes, sir, I'm here.
Prasanna, you know everything of what I'm going to say. Right. So anyway, I asked Prasanna, look, the title talks about disaster management, and it sounds very technical. All the sessions seem to be very technical. And you're trying to suggest somebody who does not know how to talk technical. I don't know how to talk technical. And whatever one does, there are no calculations in our architecture. We just do intuitions. We don't have any data. We don't have any statistics. We have none of them in what we are doing. So then she said, well, Satya, you take a call, check with Vidya. So I called up Vidya and told Vidya, look, is it okay if somebody just sitting and talking general? She said, yeah, it should be okay. I hope it's okay, Vidya. And anyway, thank you also for suggesting that I be with you people here. And as of today, I should really also thank Dr. Anish Matthew, who should have been here on screen with you, not me. Due to certain family contingencies, I was requested to swap, and he agreed. I know I don't know him, but he would have spoken with you about Heat Island. That's what I saw. Nice title, good title. So you will get to hear about it tomorrow, I believe. And thank you, Anish, wherever you are. I have never met with you. I don't know you. But thank you for agreeing for the swapping of the slots between us. So I was trying to just tell you, there are no statistics, no data, nothing of the kind which one is going to share you. So there is no PPT either. The PPT is one of the beneficial curse we are all going through. Or it's a curse of sorts, but it's a very beneficial curse. So we got to know how to use PPT very carefully. There are sessions sometimes, I already have specs. So those of you who don't have specs, if you attend some 10 FDPs, where each faculty, each resource person shows some 150 slides, you'd sit across some 10 sessions. So you see 1,500 slides in one FDP. In 10 FDPs, you listen to, you'll see some 15,000 slides. I'm sure everyone would end up wearing specs. This PPT has become such a strong visual media for everything. It's not that one is against the PPT, but one is very careful in using the PPT. Where we have to communicate projects. We also in our office, we run an office for 28, 30 years. If any potential new client comes, or if I have to make a presentation to students about architecture, our firm, Satya Consultants, I'm not showing any PPT today. Our firm, Satya Consultants, has been working on, as already Shisham has mentioned, on alternative architecture. So we have been exploring architecture and design and materiality and construction for the last so long, many years. It all started with the influence of Laurie Baker and Shankar Kanade and others, continued to have the influence of K.T. Ravindran, E.G.K. Menon and others. So we have been exploring. We have done maybe 10 plus kinds of foundations, 15 kinds of roof slabs, maybe 12, 15 types of walls, half a dozen kind of lintels. We have worked with all the natural materials which are available in our region: bamboo, mud, clay, hollow clay blocks, bricks. 6 types of mud construction. We have worked with cob and wattle and daub and rammed earth and poured earth and stabilized mud block, interlocking mud blocks. We have tried our hands in mudcrete foundation. We have tried our hands in rammed earth foundation. It's only mud. Likewise, we also worked on clay blocks and stone and bricks and composite masonries and hurdis and curved clay roofs and all kinds of things. But in a way, one could have shown them. And one could have said, these are the ways of mitigating the impacts of climate change. Climate change is caused by global warming. Global warming is caused by greenhouse gas emission. Greenhouse gases are emitted by embodied energies, high embodied energy. High embodied energy is caused by manufactured materials. And one could have gone on like this. But I thought, no, you have seen enough of slides. So let's not get distracted by visuals for a session in this FTP. Let's not look at distractions. And those of you interested can look into our, we don't have a website, but there's a blog called satyaconsultants.wordpress.com. But for some of the recent works we have done, including poured earth and a couple of other ideas, virtually wattle and daub also is not there properly. Cob is also, no, cob is there. But anyway, a couple of the new ideas we have worked on are not there in the blog. Let's imagine about maybe 5, 6, 7, 8, 10 ideas. Otherwise, whatever we have done is available in the blog spot for the last 10 years. Anybody can access it. Now, why I'm saying image is a distraction? If you have to see, image is an attraction. But if you have to think, image can be a kind of a motivation. Can be. So if you have to see, image is the attraction. If you have to analyze it in some way, image can be a motivation. But if you have to think, image can be a distraction. So the next 1 or 2 hours, the idea is to sit with you all and see whether we can think. In India, we have enough number of consulting engineers and architects. There are engineers who build, there are engineers who teach, there are architects who teach, there are architects who write, there are engineers who consult, there are engineers who advise, there are architects who are in committees, everywhere. The small shortage we have in India is thinking engineers and thinking architects. We have a small shortage there. So if we can see whether we can fill up that gap. If any one of us can start filling up the gap for thinking engineers and thinking architects, I think that will be a great thing. In all the other categories, we have enough number of people. Only in thinking category, we don't have enough. And what do we think about? I suggested to Vidya if she could send some links to you all. She has told me that she has sent. And so the next hour and a half to if we can sit together and think. Think on whatever you people have already heard. I've not attended any session except the inaugural session where Vidya was talking about the need for adoption. She said we need to adopt. And that's a new thing happening around. Climate change is happening. We all know that. And everybody is now talking of adoption. Well, having said that, we'll not think so much about adoption right away. Maybe we will in a small way if need be we can. But let's think on all that you have seen now, which I have not seen. But I'm guessing what you could have seen. You would have seen, you would have heard a lot about disaster management and mitigation. My own journey in understanding nature started when, of course, like many other architects, when the consultancy started in the early 90s, 93, 94, where due to some reason, one right away got a chance to work with alternate architecture. The very first building which got built, only 2 rooms, was built using Laurie Baker ideas in Bangalore. So it had rat trap bond, it had second-hand windows, it had Hurdi roof. I think it had Jali, I'm not very sure of that. 94, beginning. 93 ended, I can't recollect now. Then the next one came with some Shankar Kanadewala kind of building. So it went on like this. But the critical thinking about climate change and all has happened in the last about 10, 12 years only. We were doing eco-friendly buildings all the time. That's there. All the 28 years we are into eco-friendly buildings, barring a few buildings here and there. Teaching has been there for 33 years now. Writing has been there for 30 years plus now. Giving talks and going to public events has been there now for about 25 years now. Okay. So with that, and you would have seen rather provocative title one gave to the discussion today. So it's a discussion, it's a dialogue. I'm not giving a talk. That's why the title says a dialogue. And what I'm going to expect from you all, you got to share. All of your teachers, and I'm sure you will be telling your students, hey, come on. Okay, you ask some question to somebody and you ask them answer, they'll keep quiet. Or you ask anybody to ask anything, nobody's asking. Then you say, why everybody is silent? I'm also a teacher for 35 years. Why is everybody silent? You understood everything, huh? Nothing to ask, is it? All okay? And everybody is still silent. So for a change, now none of us will be silent. Let it be the most noisiest session we have had. Vidya, I hope you're okay if it's a very noisy session. I don't mind 4 people talking together. Then of course Vidya will moderate, saying 1 person at one time. Let's share our ideas, let's share our experiences, let's share our thoughts. Let's do that. And why is that title rather provocative to say, are we the disaster? And everybody knows it. Suppose if I ask this question, are we the disaster? I'm also going to check the chat box. Some of you can just type it in the chat box. Now you can use the word disaster in any way you feel like, okay? The title of this discussion is, are we the disaster? So unmute and talk or chat box, whatever you people feel like.
We are the root cause.
We are not the disaster, but we are the root cause. Okay. Mridula says to some extent. Well. She is politically correct. Okay. She is not saying we are the total reason, but all right. Then and nobody else to anybody can. I can see couple of pages are saying FDP, civil, etc. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, etc. Anybody? We are the root cause. It's based on our attitude and doings. Okay. Yes, we are the cause. Fayaz Ahmad says we are the cause. Shisham said vocally, if any of you please want to unmute and go ahead and speak. It's good to read, but it's better to hear and it will be best to see. Those of you who seem to have a good signal in your areas, you can switch on the cameras. I know it affects the others' bandwidth that is there. How often have you been switching on your cameras and all the other sessions?
Hello.
Try switching on the cameras, if you can. Anthropocentric development had been the root cause for climate change. Big words, huh? No doubt Prasanna is heading the Masters in Sustainability program. She can use all these big words. Thank you, Prasanna. So I don't know whether we are the disaster, but we are the disaster causing people. In a way, if I were to soften this statement, I can say our presence has been disastrous on the earth. Can you all say that? Definitely, yes. Our presence has been disastrous on the earth. All the animals, all the biome, all the flora, fauna on this earth, every living organism on the earth who came before us were not a threat to the earth. Murdula is now saying yes. So our presence has been disastrous, if I may say so. I'm just changing the statement slightly. You'll have to give me a sec now, please. I have the habit of making my notes as, even in the class also I do it. I'm instantly, as to add to what Shisham said, I'm a full-time professor of architecture at KS. Actually, you can call adjunct professor at KS School of Architecture, Kamawari Sangha School of Architecture now. From 92 to 2000 December, I was a full-time faculty, and when I resigned, I was a professor. So for a long time in my CV, it said a former professor. But now I am not a former, I'm a present professor at KSSC. So our presence has been disastrous. So in most of the classes which I take with students, there's no lesson planning. There may be some very broad lesson planning. The lesson happens along with the plan happens along with the lesson. I just make my notes along with the students as one is going on. It's an old habit of mine. Okay. In a way, if one were to rename my session to make it more apt, more rhyming for this Vidya, I'm just going to change a bit. Your original title will be there. Instead of calling disaster management, I may call it as desire management. If we can manage our desires, if we can manage as Homo sapiens, if we can manage our desires, there will be no disasters to manage. I'm sure some of you will ask, Satya, what guarantee you are saying it with? I'm just still saying it very firmly. I still feel very, very, very strongly, if humans can manage their desires, there will be no disasters to manage. There may be
desire is the root cause of disaster.
Thank you, Krishna Mishra. Mishra Krishna. Your name is Krishna.
Yes, sir. Krishna Mishra.
Krishna Mishra. Thank you. Thank you very much. I got one person to agree with this. And I'm pretty sure I'm not saying it from my thought. Incidentally, whatever I'm sharing with you today is not really my thoughts. There's nothing like my thoughts. Everybody is saying it. I'm also saying it. As simple as that, right? Yeah, somebody else unmuted. May I know who it is? So in a way, it is a desire. Who spoke first about desires in the history of Indian civilization? Anybody? Do you know who spoke about desires first? Which is there in the
Gautam Buddha. Gautam Buddha.
Gautama Buddha said it. In Kannada we say Asaye Nirashage Moola. So desires are the first root cause. And even when Gandhiji used the word need and greed, need is necessity. Need is not a desire. Need is necessity. But greed can be a desire, isn't it? So what we need to look at is desire management. And if there is desire management, there will be no need for disaster management. There may be still some natural disasters. There will be some volcano eruption. Brahman is not denying that. But the disasters we are discussing today are not the natural disasters. We are looking at the human creations. Now, Krishna, you mentioned desire. And let's just ask anybody to chip in. Anybody to speak about this word disaster, this desire thing, please? Anybody? Anybody? What is idea of desire? What do you all people mean by desire?
So, actually, I would like to just give a small gist of it.
Yes.
Needs are different, but desires are different. There is a difference between both of them. Need is what we basically need, but desire is our greed. The more we want, the more we explore things, and as a result, we create certain new things. To create certain new things, to gain certain new things, we lead to certain destructive things also. So, as a result, desire becomes a disastrous effect of our greed.
Now, all of us are here in this particular webinar. Is attending this webinar a need or a greed?
Personally, need. For me, it's a need.
It's a need. Before the webinar culture became popular, we had seminars, physically conducted seminars. People used to travel all the way. And that used to consume large amount of earth resources, as we all know. And among the worst conferences of its kind is what every one of us know, the IPCs, the COP, Conference of Parties. Recently, one was held in Glasgow. So the world leaders converged together, and the carbon footprint of this Conference of Parties, not this year, but in the earlier years when they were held, have been humongous. World leaders coming, security, number of people, many thousands attending it, lot of conferences, food, hotels. I mean, it is humongous. But then was it a need? Maybe yes. And did the Conference of Parties reduce carbon footprint? No. Their own carbon footprint increased year after year after year. So how do you look at it? Webinars, we say it's a need. Now we're all sitting at home. We may not be traveling, but I hope some of us know what is the carbon footprint of an email. There's a very interesting small book called How Bad Are Bananas? And the book starts with the carbon footprint of an email. Even every email has a carbon footprint. And the amount of digital life we are leading today, it is consuming massive resources. And how many of us are aware? Suppose if we say it's a need, and we come into this conference because it's a need, all of us are causing that much of earth resource consumption. And then we say, well, of course, we are consuming the resources, but it's a need. And everybody who does it says it's a need, and everybody consumes resources. So where is the end then? This is not to question your answer saying that it's a need for you. Don't take it that way. It is just to look at it from another perspective. And carbon footprint of digital life. So we have converted physical consumption of resources to digital consumption of resources. Physical consumption, digital consumption, but consumption continues. Do some of you people know the global warming has not reduced? From the pre-industrial time to now, the global warming, the average temperature is slightly more than 1 degree now. Some other time when I was checking, it said 1.06 degrees or something like that. Maybe wrong, something around that. And in the last year and a half, due to Corona, whatever happened, lockdown happened, it says the global warming has actually not reduced. One mode of consumption seems to have shifted to another mode of consumption. Maybe, I may be wrong, I'm just saying it. I have no idea why it has not reduced. I'm just saying maybe one mode has converted to another mode. What could be the reason? Any of you can speak. Now, there are many things which we ideally should be doing to reduce the greenhouse gas emission, but we are not doing many of them. Why we are not doing what we should be doing? Anybody? Just think. She mentioned attending this FDP is a need for her. So if we were to, him or her, sorry, Krishna, or something, yeah. So, in case if for Krishna, attending this was a need. So there was no way one could have discussed about reducing the carbon footprint there. Yes, Krishna, go ahead.
Yes, sir. Yes, as you have already said, as per my need, I want to update my knowledge. Okay, fine. But the other effect of my need is a destruction. So one need and another way, it's a destruction. Yes, I am fulfilling my needs, but on the other half, I am causing destruction also. Same thing is happening in nature. Everyone's need is becoming another one's destruction. And everyone is thinking, you say that, why isn't it reduced? Yes, the reason is because everyone is thinking you should take the initiative, not me. Everyone, you, and finally there is no you, there is all me. I want this comfort for myself. I want this for myself. I have a bike, I need a car, I have a car, I need something else tomorrow. So my needs are my wants are growing every day, and I'm waiting for the other one to sacrifice, and there's no one to sacrifice. Therefore, we are leading to destruction ultimately.
Very, very well said. What do you
Thank
teach
you,
and where do you teach?
So I'm from Jorat. I am running a cluster of schools, 24 schools under me, college and schools both, and high secondary also. And I'm a cluster resource center coordinator.
So you're not into engineering teaching on any one of them?
No,
Okay.
sir. I just wanted to update my knowledge. So I asked Vibhuti Gadnaik, sir, that can I attend the lectures just to enrich my knowledge. That's all, sir.
Wow.
And I'm so happy that I'm a part of you all and I'm getting so much of knowledge.
Great.
But I'm being a part of destruction also. Sorry for that.
Well, your region, Jorat included, it was all pristine nature at one time.
Yes, sir.
Things are changing everywhere now, whether it's east, west, northwest, or northeast, everywhere it is changing now.
Everywhere it's changing.
Stay in touch. It'll be nice to touch base with you about what you are doing in Jorat. I'm a little keen.
Yes, sir. Anytime. Anytime, sir.
Yes, my email ID, I'll right away share it in call messages. Where do I type my B.Arch?
So I will share it in the chat box.
Okay.
Yes, sir. You can share it. We can keep it.
Yeah. All right.
Okay.
New words, chat box. Before this, I only knew of chat centers. When I did my master's in Delhi Urban Design Program, SPA, we used to walk up to Bengali market to have chat. There was a chat center there. So now we don't have chat centers, we have chat boxes. Okay, back to the serious talk. Okay, now anybody else? Okay, now she has responded in her own way what is happening around us. But let's try to reason it a little more in detail if we can. Okay, let's try. Let's understand more deeply why we are not doing what we should be doing. What is it that is stopping us from doing what we want to do? Even look at this FDP. Many other FDPs and seminars, webinars you people might have attended. Internet search, everybody would have gone around. So much of information is available what we are doing, right from the very the first book of its kind to appear, The Silent Spring by Rachel Carson, 1960-62, who spoke about the ecological disaster we are creating. In those days, mainly focused on DDT and such other pesticides she spoke about primarily, and many others also she spoke about. And even before her, many other people spoke sporadically, but we all count The Silent Spring as one among the early books to seriously talk about ecological disasters that we are impacting on the earth. There have been lots of books and lots of seminars, and there's so much of information available. There's so much. I can spend 10 years non-stop, 24/7 into 365 into 10, reading about sustainability related issues. There's so much available. But most of us are not doing enough. It's happening slowly, it's picking up in the younger generation, picking up and all. Let me give it. Anybody to say why? I'll just start with one hint so that it becomes easy for everybody. One of the major reasons why we are not doing what we should be doing is fiscal, 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 market, money, job, income, savings, assets, and all those things put together. I'm just using the word fiscal. I'm using the word fiscal so that the rest of the word will go in a very rhyming way. The second one is social. I'm sure somebody can elaborate. See, imagine you walk up to somebody selling Coca-Cola bottles in the railway station. There are many. There are people selling the mineral water bottles in the railway stations. Everywhere in the public, there are people selling them. Incidentally, I've been very lucky. At a very early stage, I happened to hear what disasters these mineral water bottles are causing. And right from the day one, more or less, I used to carry my own bottle, fill up my water wherever I travel. In the last year and a half, not done much travel. Earlier, I did travel across last 7-8 years. I've traveled virtually across India, all the way to Guwahati and Delhi and Chandigarh and Bhubaneswar and Raipur and Trivandrum and Madras, of course, Visakhapatnam and Bhopal and all kinds of places in second-class train. Started avoiding going by flight because flights have huge greenhouse gas print. So I used to go by second-class train, my favorite. Even when people call by flight, I'll say I'll come by my second-class train. Fill up water wherever they get. Because of that, the body immunity has been so high. Not yet got any cholera. Not yet. And I'm sure those who are drinking water, always mineral water bottle also will not get cholera. Because they will never drink anything other than the mineral water. Nothing wrong. Likewise, tissue paper usage. 94, I first heard about what the tissue paper is doing to the earth. Yes, Prasanna? Prasanna, you raised a hand. Prasanna, you raised a hand. Okay, I don't know what for them. So, by mistake. Okay. All right, Prasanna, thanks. So the tissue paper, somewhere in 94, I heard about it. My mother had taught me to carry a cotton handkerchief with me always. Continue to do that even today. So rarely used tissue papers, rarely ever bought mineral water bottles. Some emergencies might have used. And then heard about what the flights do 7, 8, 10 years ago, heard, and then start minimizing. Then says, okay, it's not that I have not flown in the last 8 years. I must have flown from a few sectors out of, emergency or family reasons. Sometimes you have to. And in the last 2, 3, 4 years, I've also reduced staying in hotels. Hotels are huge energy guzzlers. So I'll call upon somebody in the town one is going to, tell them, hey, I'm coming, can you host me in your house? Without any shame, I do this. And most occasions, hey, Satya, come on, you're a long time, we have not caught up, come. You'll be otherwise busy, come home, let's just have a nice time together and dinner and breakfast time we can catch up. See, human connection instead of staying in a hotel. Anyway, back to this. Trying. But there are many areas where I failed. I'm also telling you some things I can't do. Society doesn't let me do, or I can't do, or my family doesn't let me do. But anyway, question is this. Fiscal. So if I go and preach to somebody who's selling mineral water bottles or Coca-Cola bottles, tell him that, look, it's bad for environment, please stop doing this. Will he or she stop selling? Anybody?
No.
No. You're right, Fayaz. Why will not he stop selling mineral water bottles, Fayaz?
Because it's his job. If he don't sell, he doesn't gain money.
He won't have income to take care of the family. So there are compulsions of this kind. Everybody's go through the compulsions. All of us have. All of us have our compulsions. And this compulsion, that maybe is livelihood, very rightly said, this is livelihood. Now, majority of people who are into an unecological act, some of the things, convenient nature is inconvenient to us. Yes, Madhura says that. You're very agreed. So, see, one of the major problems that we face around today, why we are not doing what we should be doing, majority of people have no survey data, but blindly, let me say, 99% of people will justify what they are doing, however unecological it is, by saying, this is how I earn my living. Now, majority of them may not know what damage it's doing to nature. May not be knowing even. But even if you were to go and tell them, look, this is doing this kind of damage, even then, they may not be in a position to change their vocation. Or if they do, The other occasion they take up can be equally, or if not equally, a little less damaging to nature. So it's like from frying pan to fire. It may be like that. So where do we go? And the market is controlling us so much. You should read books by Helena Hodge. And there are a couple of very interesting films called Ancient Future and Economics of Happiness. She spearheads the movement called the localization movement. I trust in that. I trust in this localization movement. I believe a lot in it. So localizing is one of the solutions to the global problems. The solution to the global problem is global. We all know it. Problem is global. But the solution is not global. Problem, global. Solution, local. So those of you who have time, opportunity, do read what Helena Hodge talks about and her whole movement itself, the localization movement. So this is quickly about the fiscal reasons why we are not able to do what we do. Now you'll ask me, Satya, what's the point if you're not able to do by analyzing all this? Well, in the true spirit of J. Krishnamurti, if we can go deep into the problem, however insoluble it may appear, go into the problem deeply, understand the problem, attend to it with all the energies we have. I'm just using Krishnamurti's words. Attend to it with all the energies we have, with all the attention we can give it. Observe it deeply. Some solutions may come. Or the way we deal with it, the way we deal with the problem may change. Or the way we cause the problem may get diluted. At least something may happen. So there's a hope there. So that's why we need to go deep into it. All the technical seminars we have attended, you have attended till now, they all are solutions. Every one of the slide, I'm sure, is a solution. Are we able to apply the solution? Very often we don't, or we are not able to. Maybe we should, we could, but we would not. And every speaker would have spent years of experience, days of preparation, hours of making PPT before they came in front of you. And if you're not applying them, what's the point in attending an FDP? And what is it that is stopping us from applying it? At least to understand that, this kind of deep observations help. So the first major, there are many, the first major reason we were not doing what we should be doing could be the fiscal reasons. Second can be social. Now, over to you all. Anybody to chip in, please. What could be the social reasons why we are not doing what we should be doing?
Honestly, sir, showing off.
Showing off. Image, prestige, correct?
We buy things to impress others, even though we can't afford that. Most of us, you buy a car, like you could afford 5 lakh car, but you take a loan and buy a 10 lakh car.
Yes.
So that's something, especially our Indians are like mostly concentrated on.
So it's a social image. Prasanna has used the word compulsion. So peer group pressures or family pressures. Some other reason, there are compulsions. I know of, many of these big rich companies, for their CEO, they will go and buy an Audi or a Merc. It's not that the person should really travel in a Mercedes Benz. There's no need. The CEO of a company is like any other human being. She can as well travel in a Maruti Swift and reach the office. I think it was Bill Gates or somebody, who said, I don't remember who said, somebody said, whether you drive in a, $500,000 car or whether you drive in a 5 million car, you reach the same destination at the end of the day. How does it matter? Compulsions of different kinds. Any other reason, please? Image, prestige, compulsion. Please come up with some words. Prasanna says you also use the same road. Yes. Yeah.
Unwillingness, sir.
lack of willpower.
Yes.
I'm writing this lack of willpower on some other subheading, not under social. I'll come to that later on, maybe. I'll tell you where I entered this word. Okay. Any other? Well, there can be more words. I hope some people also start chipping in words. Yeah, Prasanna, lack of understanding. Social, yeah, in a way, yes. It also can be, Prasanna also can be brought under another subheading. I'll try doing it later. Now, when it comes to social, there are, of course, peer pressures. There is a sense of competition. So we have to be willing over there. There is a whole idea of the family, our own community. I belong to a community, culture, caste and community and religion. Not from a religious, I'm referring to caste and community and religion as a social phenomenon, not as a political phenomenon. Today, all these have become political phenomena. I'm looking at it as a cultural phenomenon. So looking at caste, community, religion, etc. And what they do to us, you can use the word compulsion, you can use the word belief systems, rituals, for example. Like tomorrow is the reason why I had to advance my session from tomorrow to today. I suddenly realized, incidentally, I have come to my native place. I'm not in Bangalore. I am in a village, which is one side of the road is Karnataka, other side of the road is Kerala. Kerala border is just about half furlong from where I'm now sitting. Anyway, so all those issues are part of social. So tomorrow I'm here and people said, a couple of my relatives, my sisters, mother-in-laws and all coming. So I have to be there as part of the ritual. So I realized I can't do my session tomorrow and I requested Vidya. Thank you, Vidya, for organizing to shift my session to today. Thank you very much. Okay, third one. Anybody else? Just try to come up with some more subheadings or headings. Fiscal we looked at, social we looked at, some more. I'll bring the word, otherwise physical. What do you mean by physical reasons why we are not doing what we should be doing? Anybody?
Sir,
we don't want to take any initiative for personal comfort. If we take an initiative, we have to give time, we have to apply our physical strength, also mental strength, and so many other things. So as a result, it's very good, very comfortable to sit without doing anything. Certain people have that kind of.
So lead a life without much of stress and strain.
Yes, yes.
Also use the word comfort there.
Yes.
So we, human, jokingly I used to say, at one time, humans invented what is called as a heat-seeking missile. All of you have heard of this word, heat-seeking missile? At least one person can say yes or no. All right, nobody. In the warfare, this is like I told you in the beginning in the class. You as teachers will be asking your students and nobody responds. Then you get frustrated and then you only give the answer. Okay, Midula says no. Person also says no. Okay. See, heat-seeking missiles in the warfare, there are these missiles. So the missile is so designed, if wherever there is a source of heat, for example, there's an aircraft. The aircraft has to be hit. So there is no way the missile can, or when you shoot the missile out, in no way there is one fixed location of the aircraft to target it for the missile. So the heat-seeking missile is the one. So the aircraft is going and the heat-seeking missile is shot. And what the missile does is, once it intercepts the path where the heat is by the aircraft, it follows the path of the heat and it is moving much faster than the aircraft, of course. So it seeks the path of heat and finally hits the aircraft. At the rear side, from the rear side, it hits the jet propulsion engine exhausts, it hits heat-seeking missile. With a kind of I don't know whether to call it sarcasm or fun, we human beings have become comfort-seeking animals. There is, of course, instinctual seeking of comfort. It is there. Look at a dog on a midday, and she would also go under a tree and burrow a bit and make a little small pit, etc., and then curl around 3 times and then finally sit and sleep. Comfort seeking, yes. That is instinctual comfort seeking, biological comfort seeking. Our comfort seeking is aspirational, desire, comfort because we want to lead a stress-free life, or whatever life one may talk about. So there is this thing happening about us in the physical sense. We are all seeking comforts. Look at air conditioning. And I've been speaking against air conditioning a lot. So I've written at least 4 or 5 articles against air conditioning in my Green Sense essays. There's a Desha video against air conditioning. And for decades now, I've been saying is not air conditioning, is human conditioning. My parents lived without air conditioning. They were no lesser human beings than I. And then if I say I cannot live without air conditioning, what has gone wrong in one single generation? Why am I not able to work without air conditioning? My father, mother, my grandmother, or the whole generations of people could work. Why can't I work? In 40 years, 30, 40 years, have we become a generation who cannot live without air conditioning? We drive in an AC car. We want to sit in an AC room. We choose the AC restaurant. Why is it like this? Because we have lost our tolerance already. Air conditioning is more habit forming than alcohol. I have never been alcoholic, sorry. I have no idea, but I'm still saying it. I feel air conditioning is more habit forming than alcoholism. Alcohol you can't drink every day, every time for lunch and dinner and every time. Just try. If you have been driving an AC car and you've been sitting in AC rooms, one day, summer day, one whole day spent without AC. You know what I mean by saying this. Personally, I have been living a non-AC life, thanks to my opportunities of living in Bangalore and whatnot. And I realized anywhere from 4 degree to 40 degree, one can live without air conditioning. Slight adjustment in food, slight adjustment in clothing, slight adjustment in working hours. That's all we need. The body maintains a tolerance. Once the body tolerance is gone, then we can't live without air conditioning. And then we justify air conditioning saying there's pollution on the road. How many people on the typical road in Kerala, Karnataka, wherever it is, are able to sit in air conditioners? It's only the car people. No bike, no scooter, no rickshaw, nobody are walking on the street. None of the shops which are open to the road, none of them have air conditioning. If they all can stay there without air conditioning, without, and with pollution, why can't I live without pollution, with pollution? But I see the reason. Oh, Satya, there's so much of sound outside, there's so much of pollution outside. I need to put on the AC. As if I'm a special human being and others are not. Strange, the way we all have changed. The way we all have changed. We all have become comfort. And it's not only one example. The AC is the best example I can give for humans having become comfort-seeking animals. There are many more one can give how we have become a comfort-seeking animal. Anybody else for next thought? Give a heading, give a larger heading, please. We have covered 3. Physical reasons, social reasons, physical reasons. Come with any thought, why we are not doing what we should be doing. Let me share this with you. Why I finally agreed to do this. I've been part of many FDPs and seminars and webinars and whatnot. My seminar started back in mid-90s. Used to go to colleges and give talks in those days itself. My first so-called public talk happened back in late 88 or 89 for one Indian International IIA, Indians of Architects National Conference in Lucknow. Possibly it could be 89. 1 or 2 in those days. Then after I came back to Bangalore, it started. In many, very often I used to think, what am I gaining? What am I taking home from these webinars and seminars and conferences? In what way has the conference changed me? And if I have not changed by attending a conference, isn't it pure waste of time and money and energies in attending a conference? Why am I doing it? Hundreds of conferences where I have been either a resource person or I have been a participant across the last 35 years. And what for? For whose benefit? Maybe I'm benefiting. I don't know. But has the earth benefited because I have benefited? In what way have I benefited the earth, the Mother Earth, who has benefited me? If I have not benefited Mother Earth, if only I have benefited because of Mother Earth, because of seminars, conferences included, am I a selfish person? And can selfish people save the earth? Forget the earth. Can selfish people save the Homo sapiens? Forget the Homo sapiens. Can the selfish people save a society? Nobody can. Nobody can. Sorry on that. Okay, come. Anybody to say any word? These are important. You may ask me, Satya, what's the connection between talking of physical comfort? Yeah, thanks, Midula. You're saying the word attitude. We'll come to that next. So you may be asking me, Satya, what's the connection between what you're saying and applying all the FDP papers we have heard since Monday morning? There's a direct connection. Everything is connected. There's a beautiful thing called Chief Seattle speech. Those of you who have not read, please just type it. It comes on the internet. Speech by Chief Seattle. There is one version which is very well written. Climate change has not hit us hard enough. Yes, Prasanna. It has to be. We are still taking life with a lot of complacency. We are still feeling comfortable saying, theek hai. If you go to Delhi, there is in Red Fort, there is a light and sound show which happens there. Beautiful, extremely well done. I've been there 2-3 times. I used to be a student there. Then when some relatives came and all, I went. Not in the recent time. There's one scene which I like. I think it was during Aurangzeb's time or Jahangir's time or one of those time. I forget who it is. So he's having drink. The sound of the drink being poured and all is coming. Then one of the messengers comes in. Jahan. He says, kya baat hai? He says, the enemy, some enemy he refers to. Some enemy he refers to Rajput. And say, Jaipur se Rajput लोगों का बड़ा सैन्य दिल्ली का ऊपर हमला करने के लिए आ रहा है. Something he says. So this fellow takes a sip. You can hear the sound of sip. He says, हाँ आने दो, he says. And then you can see the horse show, the horse sound, little louder sound. Then somebody comes and says, उत्तरी किनारे से लोग आ रहे हैं, सैन्य आ रहे हैं, सेना आ रहा है. He says, हाँ दिल्ली दूर है, he says. And then another 1 minute goes by the sounds. And then another messenger comes and says, दक्षिणी तरफ से वो लोग आ रहे हैं हमला करने के लिए. He says, हाँ दिल्ली और भी दूर है. He says. He goes on saying, दिल्ली दूर है, दिल्ली दूर है. And in no time, the enemies attack and they are dethroned. So Prasanna, you are very right. We have not yet realized the seriousness of the attack of climate change. We have not yet realized it. Okay, attitude, somebody said. Attitude, I would put it under, actually I made a small list here for my reference. I would put attitude under psychological. And that's also where one has put the earlier word, lack of willpower. This is where I made a note here. Psychological also can be connected to our behavioral aspects. For various reasons, we are not able to change a few things. Our ambitions, they're all part of psychology. Let me tell you one thing, psychology. It's roughly now about 10 years now, close to 10 years since I've stopped ironing my clothes. If Vidya had known that I don't iron my clothes, maybe Vidya would have said, sorry Satya, we can't call anybody to a seminar who don't iron their clothes. We expect people to come with all, well dressed, suited. You should be neat and clean, etc., etc. She didn't say that. But in the last 10 years, the fact that I don't get my clothes, and most of them are cotton, you can see all the creases in them in the backside. It's like this. Because I don't iron my clothes, at least nobody has told me directly, Satya, you are not, you will not be inviting you because you don't iron your clothes. Nobody has told me this. Now, not ironing the clothes is a behavioral change, but it takes some courage to walk into a posh conference, go with all the very crumpled, creased cotton clothes and all shaded, faded, etc. Sometimes also torn and little stitched. I wear all such things. But it takes mind to change. So behavioral is also a reason why many people are not able to do what they want to do. Somebody said something, sorry, I missed the word. Who was that? I read it very quickly, but I could not register in the mind. Somebody just now put something in the chat box, no? Who's that? Yeah, we are literate, but not yet educated. Very good. Then let's come to the next word. Okay, somebody please, please come with more and more of these key words. See, for psychology, I've used lack of willpower, taken from you people, attitude, behavioral and ambition, of course, I've written. We have covered physical, we have covered social, we have covered physical. Okay. Somebody is talking about not yet educated. Krishna is saying, can we bring in the next word as an educational subheading? So physical, social, psychological, educational. What could be the reasons from an educational point of view why we are not doing what we should be doing? Anybody, please? Can we have a little more dialogue here? Is it possible? Is it possible that some more people please try talking? See, this is a dialogue. If people are not adequately talking, I'm not even comfortable with this chat box. Let's stop the chat box, please. Let's not do that. Prasanna, I'm included. Just unmute and talk. It won't take long to unmute and talk, no?
Sir, educational, I think we are concentrating of the theory parts, and we are not actually going into human values in that. For example, for a kid, we won't tell him to, after eating a chocolate, we won't tell him to put that cover of the chocolate in his pocket or in a dustbin. But we'll be more concentrating on teaching him about the, maths, all those things. That type of human, small things like that could reduce, waste management issues. If he can put a chocolate's cover in a dustbin or in his pocket, if he doesn't find a dustbin, that type of education is needed for us.
That's right. Any other person?
So people are under the wrong impression that all the catastrophes that are about to happen is not going to happen in the very near future. It is going to happen after, say, probably 100 years or 200 years afterwards. So it is not going to affect us. They are under the wrong perception.
Yes. So we are still not serious enough about the future. Okay.
Yes.
What are the... Yes, somebody else opened. Yes, please. I thought somebody opened, unmuted. Nobody? Yes, please try. Nobody? Okay. What's all the education about? We are educators. I'm into architecture. Some of you into civil engineering. Krishna is into a cluster of schools, she said. What are we teaching? Okay. Can I ask some of you, please? Anybody in this group, please? I know about Arun Balan from MES. Somebody else, please. What are you teaching? I know Arun teaches varied subjects or sustainability subjects. Somebody else, please. What are you teaching? Can you have some noise? Just randomly unmute and say your subjects. I can hear. I can make out some from the cluster, from the clutter of sounds. Go ahead.
Steel design.
Go ahead. Next. Fast. Rapid round.
Sir, professional ethics.
Did you say professional ethics?
Yes, sir.
Oh, which college? What course is it?
College of Engineering, Patanapuram. Actually, it's a general subject, common to all branches.
Okay, Midila. All right. Such a simple question I'm asking you all. What subjects are you teaching? If you are taking so long to answer this question, when you question the students, why will they answer you people? Please tell me. You know one thing, we cannot expect others to do to us what we are not.
If the construction economics.
Construction economics, okay.
Sir, design of concrete structure.
Design of concrete structures. Go ahead. Next.
Sir, optical instrumentation.
Instrumentation, Rahul. Okay. All right. So at least some human voices I could hear. Thank you for that. One fundamental, let us realize if you have to be good teachers. The day I forget what was I as a project student in my final year, I stop being a good thesis guide. Let me say it in our words, architecture thesis. If I forget how was I as an architecture thesis student, I cannot be a good thesis guide. The day I forget what was I as a first semester student of architecture, I become invalid to teach first semesters. This is a fundamental belief I have. If we forget our student days, we cannot be good teachers, in other words. A good teacher is the one who remembers her student days and rises above that. Likewise, if we are not what we are expecting our students to do, the students will not do what we expect and we cannot be good teachers. I'm very fundamental about it. Very, very fundamental. If we as individuals are not proactive in responding and reciprocating and answering and thinking and whatever it is, you cannot expect the students to be reciprocating and thinking and writing and answering in a jiffy. None of them will do to you because it is not in us, inside us. It has to be inside us. If it's inside us, then the students will respond. There is a sixth sense which connects our neurons in the mind somewhere around. A teacher who is not inspired cannot inspire another student. Impossible. It's not inside. Today we all are going inside internet. Unfortunately, it's another one of those beneficiary curse the gods have bestowed on the human beings or the human themselves. It's a beneficiary curse. I'm not saying it's bad. It has uses. But more than going inside the internet, we need to go inside ourselves. Internet externalizes us. Internet is not going inside. Internet is actually going outside. And we need to go inside us to become better teachers, to become better human beings. And that's what we need to teach and learn. We are all teaching subjects. How many of us teach human resources? How many of us teach emotions, emotional control? How many of us teach maintaining relationships? How many of us teach to be sensitive to others? How many of us teach to be able to accept another person and be able to work in a group? How many of us teach sensitivity to history or context and the location? How many of us teach how to deal with people and clients and become good both in business and in ethics and family life or whatever else is there? How many of us teach students to read and write and think? And none of us. We teach a subject. And what is a subject? Information. Maybe skill to some extent. That's all we teach. So they get a degree, be civil or be architecture, and then we make them attend lectures and seminars. They'll attend more and more FDPs, seminars and webinars. They read more papers. But if you're not able to get into it fundamentally and understand what to do in life, all the subjects we learn is wasteful. And if we know what to do with life, we don't need any subjects. We can live on. I know people in Bangalore. There are families in and around our own family, illiterate people. They are illiterates. There are 2-3 people who are around us who are illiterates. They are with us, we are with them. I can tell you they're great people to work with. Nobody taught them any subject. They have no degree. They can't even read and write. Forget anything else. In this age I'm talking about, they can't read and write. They do well in life. They're earning 30, 40, 50,000 rupees a month by doing varied kind of odd jobs, helping people. Nobody taught them any subject. But life taught them. And we are not teaching life to our students. We're only teaching subjects. And that's a problem. By learning a subject, we cannot apply it to life. Or at least I think so. By learning a subject, by teaching and learning, I can use both the words, by teaching and learning a subject, we cannot apply all to life. Maybe part of it can be applied. Part of it, not all. So now going to the next point over there. What I've written down. Let me go into my list. So I have also written the word educational here incidentally. It got prompted by somebody using the word of education. So by saying educational thing, education is not creating awareness. Education is not creating awareness, not enough awareness of. Education is not creating enough humanity. Education is not creating enough sensitivity, but it is creating enough of information, etc. Educational.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes.
I would just like to add here, because actually what we term as education, it is actually literacy which we are gaining. And we know how to read and write. It's my knowledge. I'm not talking about any well-known people or any other reputed people. It's my knowledge as per I have been experienced all the things that they people are gaining literacy, but they are not being educated, because education of a child starts in the cradle and ends in the grave. So we are being educated every day. No one can say I'm highly educated, but we use the word very wrongly that we are highly educated.
Yes.
Because
Thanks,
we are
Krishna,
in the
for,
process
yes.
of education.
Thanks, Krishna, for saying it. One of the early books which made a big wave about it was Ivan Illich's book, Deschooling Society. If any of you have not read it, please read. There are many more books of this. There are many. Have you read Krishna? Deschooling
No,
Society?
sir. No, sir. I haven't read. This is all my theory. Whatever I think, I just share with you.
There are many things like this which can be discussed around. There's one artist by name K.B. Jinan, who's originally from Kerala, who has radical opinions. He has started one thing called a CK Foundation. And even if you type KB Jinan, Jinan, couple of things he's talking about is there in that. Otherwise, also J. Krishnamurti, a lot of people have spoken about Ramana Maharshi, a lot of people you can read, and where Chinmayananda's books are there, Ramana Maharshi is there. Ramana Maharshi never wrote, of course, but many people have written how wrongly we are looking at all this. Yes. Now, the next other word which I've used, already I've said it earlier, but let me just take it off, instinctual. So there are many things which are part of our instinct, but that's difficult to control. Very difficult to control. So there's a sense of security or insecurity, ego. Competition is also part of instinct in a way. There are many things we do by impulsive behavior. It's more difficult to control instinctual and impulsive patterns with which we have to live with. And many of them also don't let us do what we want to do. And there's a word which not many of you may think, political. In India, in many countries, it's a political issues which are coming in the way of adopting climate change policies. Even the government says they are into the policy. Politics is governance, governance is power, and everybody wants to hold on to power. Politicians want to win well, I'm saying it openly, they want to win the election, they need massive resources, including money. So there's corruption, and then they have to regain the money. Corruption has become part of everyday life around. Then there is need to have a populist programs, because the people have to vote for you next time. So the popularity and the populist activities. So politics, you can add many more in this. So the political scenario, the politics of sustainability, if you start looking at it, whole lot of unsustainable living happens, unsustainable developments happen. And as already people have said, what we are going through is not development, what we are going through is actual destruction. We felt it is, we are seeing the comfort part of development. We are seeing the fiscal income, the income part of development. We are seeing the power part of development. Yes, but in reality, what we call as development is actually destruction. And of course, many people have already spoken about it. We need not again elaborate on that. So political issues are very much in the root cause of creating or leading to an unlivable, unstable, and unsustainable kind of a context. And there is one which is the most important which I am calling as spiritual. Something today about the inward, our own introspectiveness. Maybe my parents, their generation introspected more. Maybe their parents introspected more. The whole quality of the whole impulse to introspect, I have no idea, but I think has been reducing across generations. We have become very external people. We have become very individualistic. We are just going with whatever around us, whatever is provoking our senses. Everything is sensorial today, as you can see. So whatever we are seeing around has become so provoking, sensorial. And that's where the desires come. That's where the market comes. That's where the production happens. That's where politics supports it. That's where the awareness level, even if you're aware, is dominated. And that's where, I mean, the whole thing is institutionalized finally. Market institutionalizes everything around. So we do know that we are the cause and we need to solve it. Everybody says it. We are the cause, we need to solve it. But we cannot solve it by seminars and webinars and reports and researches and policies and committees. And I have come to that belief now. They will contribute to the solution. They will contribute to the solution in some way. But they may help to solve in some way. But any number of these that we are doing cannot solve the problem. This is my personal belief. If so, who is the solution? How is the solution? What is the solution? We'll just take a 3 minutes break and think it over. Take 3-4 minutes break. It's now 3:20. Maybe 3-4 minutes break. If somebody wants to heat some water for making a cup of tea, do that. Somebody can take a toilet break. Somebody can be just sitting there looking at the screen. I've already said we are too much into internet digital life, so somebody can look at their mobiles and see what message has come. Many of us have done that maybe already. I put my mobile on airplane mode. But many of us in this time, in this hour and 20 minutes, I'm sure at least, if not more than that, in the last 80 minutes, at least about, let me say how many, at least about 800 messages, in the WhatsApp group, normal SMS, or somewhere else, Instagram, at least 800, sorry, it could be more. 80 minutes, I'm looking at every minute, at least 10 of them might have seen by this group of us. Yeah, correct. At least 800 messages possibly have been seen in the last 80 minutes. I may be wrong. I hope you're all not like that. Maybe all have put your mobiles on silent mode and kept it in somewhere else in the house and not even looked at it. Now, if you are like that, you can force your students to be like that. If we individually don't have the willpower not to look at our mobiles for an hour and a half, say 90 minutes, if we don't have the willpower not to look at our mobiles for 90 minutes, we cannot force our students not to look at their mobile for 90 minutes. Sorry, my friends. Sorry, folks. We have to change. All right. 3-4 minutes break. 3 minutes back again. Think and we'll come back.
Thank you, sir.
Not sure how many of you are back again, but anyway, we'll start slowly, not fully. So the last statement which I said, if we cannot not look at the mobile for 90 minutes, we cannot make our students not look at their mobile for 90 minutes. This line I'm saying is inspired by Gandhiji. If you cannot. Anybody? Can you quote Gandhi and tell me what is that source statement of Gandhi's very famous quote? Anybody? Well, that line which I said, if you cannot not see your mobile for 90 minutes, you cannot make your student not see her mobile for 90 minutes. Basically from Gandhiji's most famous statement, be the change you want to see. Is there anybody who has not heard of this? Be the change you want to see. Once you change, the sixth sense connects you to other. There will be some vibration between the seeker and etc. Anyway, they are going into philosophies. Okay. Made a note of that as well. I hope majority are back here. How to know who's back on the screen and who's not? I can't make out anything. Vidya, shall we continue?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay, we'll continue. So now we were trying to say, now all this was about diagnosing the problem. We can't just have a session only diagnosing the problem. We need to look at a solution to the problem. So what could be the solution? Anybody please? Let's start randomly, then we'll see. Anybody please? I'm sure by this time you might be having some idea what can be done to disaster management. Of course, jovially I said it is desire management, not disaster management, but still. Anybody please?
Social engineering. We need to change the mindset of people.
Mindsets of people. Who are the people? Changing our attitude. Mudula says changing our attitude. You are saying social engineering. What is social society? Who is society?
Everyone, sir.
Everyone.
Educating them. Education.
Educating
Giving importance, more importance on this topic, including more topics on this climate change, disaster, etc. In the lower classes. Right from the lower classes, we have to include all these things. Then only.
Yeah, Srisham, you said educating them right from the lower class.
All the every student.
Every student. Who is them?
Every child. I am talking about from the childhood itself should be taught to them. Otherwise, if you get old, it's very difficult to accept things as such.
Okay. And thanks, Srisham. Anybody else? Anybody else?
Sir, what if we can create a trend most of the young people goes behind trend now. So what if we can create a trend of like, being like not frugal, using less resources like that. I think the young generation will much faster adapt to it if we create a trend.
Well, a quick reaction. Yes, already this trend has picked up. Many countries. Greta Thunberg has done a very major. She has become a trendsetter by creating Fridays for Future. Everybody talks about it. Helena Hodge's localization movement is also a trendsetter. There are different trends. An Instagram page, if you go and if you search for pages to do with ecology, nature, environment, climate, etc., there are dozens of those Instagram pages are available now, and many of them for eco living, simpler products. Incidentally, you said not frugal. Fayaz, actually, frugality is important. Frugality is not poverty. Being frugal and being simple is great qualities. A lot of people mistake frugality for poverty. So they think, oh, look at those laborers, they live a very frugal life. And when they say they live a very frugal life, they seem to be meaning, oh, they are living a very poor life. Poverty is not frugality. Poverty is inevitability. They have no other way to live because that's only the income they have. Frugality is the one where somebody has the money but decides to live simple and frugal. That's a great quality, frugality.
Yes, sir.
It's very, very important. So frugality is important because it's not poverty, it's a choice. Poverty is inevitability. Frugality is a choice. Simplicity is also a choice, not being simplistic. Being simplistic is being a fool. Simplistic is not same as simplicity. But living simple is a big challenge. It's not easy to live simple. Most of us are living a very complex life, very complicated life. Actually, complex also okay, but most of us are living very complicated life. If you know how to go deep into it, we can lead a simple life. And simple life is needed to lead a very sahaja, natural life. Sahaja. Sahaja is a Sanskrit word. And living a natural life. So live sahaja, or let me use the word natural. Live sahaja, live simple, then live frugal. 3 steps you can say. So finally, we should be able to reach and live a sahaja life, natural life. When you're living a natural life, we are part of nature. As simple as that. And the mind and the body and the spirit and the soul somehow get aligned to living with nature. Our constructions will be simple and natural. Our lifestyles will be like that. It doesn't mean we'll be fools. No, we could be highly intelligent people. Simple living, high thinking, as they say. We could be capable of managing very complex scenarios. But life is simple. It's all complex issues. It's all possible there. So frugal about that. Okay. Shishamji, you're talking about them, teaching them, etc. I was asking who is them. And he also mentioned in the beginning the word society. I mean, he said, so somewhere he used the word society, and I was asking who is society. If you really look deeply into it, if you look at 3 words, self, society, sustainability. During the last 40, 50 years, a lot of talk has happened on sustainability. Good for everybody. And then slowly it came into society. People realized that this is what we are doing as a society. Once earlier when I had seen a big billboard advertisement of Amazon, so it claimed it was on the road to Whitefield in Bangalore, a big billboard, and this big billboard of Amazon said over, 1 million products or something like that. I don't remember exactly what number. And one was wondering, do we really need 1 million products? But that's a part. But the question is, why is Amazon trading with 1 million products? Anybody? Why is Amazon trading with 1 million products? Now it may be more than 1 million. I'm talking a few year-old story. Anybody? What makes Amazon trade with 1 million products.
Because there are people to purchase them.
For different? Okay. Now, thanks for these online sessions, and I'm able to check my laptop immediately. So, that was a billboard in India, in Whitefield, Bangalore. I've just read this here. Amazon sells more than 12 million products, not including books, media, wine, and services. When Amazon marketplace sellers are factored in, the total product count balloons to more than 353 million. God. Amazon sells directly more than 12 million products. And the human hunger is still not satiated. We still need more products, more products, more products, more products. Why do we humans need 12 million products? Anyway, why is Amazon marketing 12 million products? Because there are buyers. Simple. There are takers. Simple. Just imagine you and me reduce our purchases. Simply, I'm saying this. Let's imagine Amazon has launched a product. Let me call it as, I'll just call it as Pinale. I'm just giving some funny name for the sake of it. So a new product called Pinale is introduced by Amazon and nobody buys it. What happens to the product called Pinale? They will withdraw it from the market. So Krishna, you are right. These products are sold because there is demand. As long as there are buyers, there will be makers. As long as there are takers, there will be manufacturers. As long as there are customers, there will be sellers. Tomorrow, if there is nobody buying Coca-Cola bottle on the railway station platform, that person who's living on Coca-Cola bottle by selling it has to look for some other job. He cannot force everybody to buy Coca-Cola, Coke, saying my family is living on Coke, please buy one. He cannot do that. Nobody will buy. And one day he will stop selling Coke. One day, if nobody is buying mineral water bottles, one day he will stop selling mineral water bottles and you look for some other trade. During Corona, source of income. Unfortunate. But they had to look for other source. Economics finds a way. Income routes are found a way. People find a way. If there are no takers, there will be no makers. Why are these 12 million products made? All manufactured at very high embodied energy. And every product manufactured will perish one day. Natural materials can stay forever. Manufactured materials cannot. A produced material perishes. Natural material survives. That's why in our office architecture, we love to use as much as possible natural materials. In our office practice, we minimize on using manufactured materials as much as possible. We can't say we'll build completely natural, difficult. Maybe we can, but largely difficult, largely. So one solution lies in us. Simple. If my shoe can last for another 6 months more, can I postpone buying a new shoe for 6 months? If my ink pen is working still, where I use 2 pots of ink every year, 15 rupees each, 30 rupees total cost. My annual, I write a lot. So my annual cost of writing is about 30 rupees, 30, that's all. Of course, ink bottle goes waste. It has to go for recycling or whatever. So across the last 10 years, and these pens last long. The ink pens, they last fairly long. Nothing happens to them. This pen I must be using for at least about 4 or 5 years now. So in the last 5 years, my total cost on writing, and I write a lot, as I said, I love to write. I write a lot. So I write means I actually write with paper and pen. That's what I meant by saying I write a lot. So in the last 5 years, my total cost of writing has possibly is not more than 150 rupees. If I were to buy so-called gel pen or whatever other pen, I would have spent maybe 10 times more than that, and I would have thrown so many more pens into the garbage bin. But this is not to say everybody should stop writing with gel pens or ballpoint pens. I'm not saying that. I'm just trying to say the solution lies in you and me. That's all the solution is. In the beginning, we said desire. By writing in the pen, I'm not denied my desire to write. It is a tool. I'm writing with it. There was a, I'm sorry, I'm going to give a few examples of my personal life. I know it's a publicly recorded, whatever YouTube thing happening around. It's not to claim I'm a great person. But unless we sometimes give examples, people say, oh, Satya, all this you're talking is good here. You know, you're talking to the guy. People have told me this. I was on a IGBC, Indian Green Building Council annual conference in Hyderabad or somewhere. Went up and I spoke about how it is not that we need to have energy efficient buildings. I said we need energy efficient people. And they didn't like my statement. That's a different issue. They said the conference for energy efficient buildings. And I said, you cannot make buildings energy efficient unless you yourself is energy efficient. If you seek air conditioning, the building will be air conditioned because you are going to use it. How can you not air condition it? The problem is not the problem of the building. The building did not one morning announce, hey, Satya, make me air conditioned. The building never spoke to me like that. The building never asked me to make the building air conditioned. But I made the building air conditioned. Then I said the building is energy guzzling. Then I made my car air conditioned. And then I said there's heat island in Bangalore. Tomorrow session, I'm sure he'll speak. Bangalore has a couple of heat islands now. There's so many ACs fuming out, throwing the indoor heat out. So many cars doing the same thing. There's heat island. Then we may blame there is heat island. Then we say how to mitigate heat island effect. And then we say heat island is causing unnatural waves, whatever the water molecules going up. And in the city itself, one area gets rain, other area does not get rain. And this irrational rain pattern in Bangalore is because of heat island. Then we discuss, okay, there is irrational rain pattern happening in Bangalore. So how do we mitigate this irrational rain pattern? And where is the solution then? There's no solution there. Shrisham says we cannot compromise on our comfort. I agree with you, Shrisham. I agree with you. You know what happens with air conditioning? With air conditioning, in summer, I don't sweat. In winter, I don't shiver with air conditioning. But whom do we make sweat and shiver? I throw all the heat outside. I make Mother Earth sweat. And when she sweats, there is torrential rain. When I don't want to shiver, so I throw all the cold out. So whom do we make shiver? We make the Mother Earth shiver. And when the Mother Earth shivers, there is polar conditions in New York. Some of you might have read this last year. New York had snow. I think recently, last year or 2 years ago, Wayanad had snow. No, it was actually condensation. So we don't want to shiver. We don't want to sweat. We want the Mother Earth to sweat. We want the Mother Earth to shiver. And when shivers and sweats, there will be tsunamis, there will be earthquakes, there will be, downpour, there will be varshadhara, whatever it is, there will be river swelling, there will be flood, which is fine with us. Then we say how to mitigate the disasters. So, we need to go fundamentally into this, into what we are doing. And believe me, all this has happened in India in the last 2 generations. Maybe I am part of the generation which has caused it. In international scenario, in the industrial revolution, post-industrial revolution time, of course, as we know, in the last 250 years, we have done all this. In that short time, we have done all this. So basically, the issue is about you and me. I personally am saying it again and again, going back to Gandhiji, of course, going back to many other people or thinkers who have said it. Whether you look at it spiritually from the perspective of Ramana Maharshi or Shirdi Sai Baba or Nisargadatta Maharaj or whoever it is, you can go to many other people. In the current time, there is Sri Yam and there is Sushil Kumar ji. You can also look at the new age corporate gurus like Shri Shri Ravi Shankar and Jaggi Vasudev and all kind of people. They're all preaching. Sometimes I used to say this. If there's a Swamiji in a mutt, or if there's a preacher in a church, There is an enlightened saint, in some Islamic tradition. They are enlightened. They also enlighten others. But to some extent, even if they are not enlightened, if they are making others enlightened, we should give them credits. Because they are changing the world. They are change makers. A change maker might not have changed herself. I'm sorry, I'm saying it is a little twist. Going back to again Gandhiji. Be the change you want to see. I really don't know how much have the change makers changed themselves. I have no idea. But they are change makers. That's why we should vote for them. We need change makers. So these are all the issues we need to look at very seriously. Now, when Sri-Shyam saying it, I know he's not talking about himself. He was referring to the way we humans are. We don't want to give up our comforts. There's a point there. Person also made a statement in the beginning, somewhere when we were going around this. But then, why do we continue this unsustainable lifestyle? Anybody, please? Somebody, please, to say. Okay, one is we understood. What is enabling us? What is making us continue this life? There must be some reason, no? We spoke a while ago about the poor people. Poor people are not living a frugal life. They are living a poor life. They are not frugal. Given a money to them, they may also lead a consumptive life for all that you and I know. So frugality is a choice I was talking about. If that's the case, why are we not making some choices? Anybody, please? Anybody? Somebody used the word attitude earlier. I agree. Aspiration is another word we have used.
People don't like to come out of their comfort zone.
Agreed. Some more thought. This has been already mentioned. Some other thoughts.
Insensitive people, those who don't care about others.
Yes, very much. Today, individualism is increasing. Most of us are looking only at ourselves. We are not bothered about future. Very truly said.
We are conditioned.
What is it? We are conditioned, not air conditioned. I hope. What conditioned, Prasanna?
Conditioned to comforts. Conditioned to social pressures.
So back to the same points. J. Krishnamurti speaks a lot about being conditioned. But Prasanna, from when this condition began? See, your parents, my parents, your grandparents, my grandparents.
Right from the time we started tasting these comforts.
So the story of the apple in the Bible. All right.
So the technology has made us live like this.
Very like that? Yes, technology is a double-edged sword. Fully agreed, sir. Agreed. A while ago, one was talking of this pen. Okay. Let me give another small example from my life and then refer to technology. Sorry on these examples, please. In between when the electric trimmers came, beard trimmers came, I was not using it. I didn't believe in it. And then a couple of years went by before somebody gifted me one. Actually, not gifted, but left. It was left at home. So I started using it. And I thought, well, it makes life much more easier. Went on for some more time. And once in a while, I would still use the scissors. Otherwise, this trimmer was doing the job. It's still there at home. It's still not calmed up. Then in between, started using the scissors again and all that. And then, nowadays I'm more into, sorry to say my personal life, but nowadays I'm more into trimming with my scissors. See, scissors is a tool. Scissors is a tool made by engineering. I make a difference between engineering and technology. Sorry on that. It's not a very good division, but I'm just using it. Scissors is a tool made by engineering. This pen is a tool for writing made by engineering. It's made. It's made. Okay. Whereas mobile is not a tool made by engineering. To me, it's a gadget made by technology. Software, hardware, all included. It's a gadget made by technology. Or in a way, I would call it as virtually, it is not made, it's manufactured. Of course, you can also say pen is manufactured. That's why I'm saying this is not a very good example. Now, this is manufactured by technology. Technology is like bottomless well. It never ends. It will go on doing it. Now we are looking at artificial intelligence. Google says, Sundar Pichai used to talk, I happened to hear here other day, or somewhere I heard, Google said, by using all that we are developing, by letting the machines do the job, we get time. And if you look at civilization, from the time nomadic to whatever happened around, people let others do the job, outsourced, so they have more time. Today we are outsourcing cooking, we are outsourcing designing and building, we are outsourcing driving around in a car or whatever, some taxi for Texas, we are outsourcing, I mean, you can go on listing. Now we are outsourcing hundreds and hundreds of our tasks. We are outsourcing. Somebody is doing it for us and we pay them. We don't do it ourselves. So we have more time. So have we become more better than our parents, more better than our grandparents, more better than our great-great-grandparents? Because now we have more time than our parents and grandparents and great-grandparents. We have more time. So we are much more as human beings, much better human beings, more intelligent, more loving, more caring. There is no proof for this, sir and madams. No proof for this. No proof. Technology is a devil. If you're caught by the devil, we don't know how to escape. It's like riding a tiger. In Kannada, there is this nice adage about, in Kannada, we say huli savari. I'm also party to all that I'm critiquing. Please don't think I'm a different Satya. There's a word called huli savari. Huli means tiger, savari means riding. In English, it simply means riding a tiger. We're all riding a tiger now. I'm also riding a tiger. If I get off the tiger, tiger will eat me up. So I have no choice but to ride the tiger. And I know riding the tiger is not great for the earth. But I continue to ride this tiger called unsustainable living, unecological living, unstable living. I'm riding it because I can't get off this tiger. So what do I do? But even the shift from using electric, now somebody can ask me, Satya, what's wrong if you use the electric trimmer? The scissors which I use, I can work with this for at least 2-3 years. And when it becomes a little blunt, somebody can sharpen it and I can use for another 2-3 years until the hinge goes loose or whatever, right? But electric trimmer, today or tomorrow is going to conquer. There's nobody to repair them in Bangalore. I don't know who will repair an electric trimmer. And I have to use battery. So initial one I had was plug-in, but the plug-in was nuisance because when you're plugging in, wire is hanging around. The first one which I got left behind. The second one also I didn't buy. The second also I got like this by somebody. Somebody left it behind. So the second one uses cell. So if I use rechargeable cell, one day that I have to throw. If I use a regular cell, after a month or two I have to throw. And one day the whole electric trimmer I have to throw. Where does it go? I have no idea where does it go. Who will recycle electric trimmer? God only knows. What do we do with all these little batteries we are throwing? And this design is actually not good, as you know. I have no idea where it goes, what it does. So even a shift from electric trimmer to scissors makes a difference. Now that's at an individual level. I'm not trying to say individual level will make a great difference. These friends of mine in Gubbi group were telling me, Satya, by you using 1 mug less water for bathing is not going to make a difference to the earth. I agree. It doesn't make much difference, but we can start at that. Individually, we can change individually. There are also a larger solution. I'm not speaking about it today. I'm just talking about why we are not doing what we should be doing. That's in single sentence, if you were to ask me what is a theme for today's discussion, it was this: why we are not doing what we should be doing. And as long as we are not doing what we should be doing, we can go on discussing million solutions. Majority of them we will not be able to apply in our individual lives or in our profession either. More disasters will be coming, and there'll be more seminars and webinars on disaster management. And it was just a rhyming thing to say disaster management versus desire management. When Vidya called, I thought, when I was making my notes, I thought it's a nice way to rhyme it. What we need is desire management and not disaster management in a rhyming way. But coming back to the earlier one, what difference does it make? Let me conclude with a little story. It's a dialogue, so there won't be any question answer session. In case if any of you thought you will ask a question, And if you thought I may give an answer, there will be no answer anyway. I am not worthy of giving answers. And whoever is questioning can answer oneself. Every question has a hidden answer in it. Every question comes with an answer. If there's a question without an answer, then no point asking it at all. What's the point in asking a question which has no answer? Of course, you can still ask to make us think. That is there. But generally speaking, so there will not be any question answer session. There's no need for also in a dialogue. But let me conclude with a small story. What difference does it make if I don't use ballpoint pen? If I use scissors instead of electric trimmers? And it goes on like this. It can be for many other things. What difference does it make if I don't stay in a hotel, or if I don't take flight, or if I don't order? I'm hardly do this online orders because they come with so much of packaging materials. It's it looks very criminal to throw those packaging materials into the dustbin. And Bangalore is terrible for solid waste disposal issues. Terrible. What difference does it make? Okay, back to the story. There's a beach. And there was a young girl. And there's an old man like me walking on the beach, who has lived a life of comfort, who has lived a life of, logic, life of rational living, life of everything being systemic, disciplined, and whatnot. And I used to look at this girl. There are a lot of, some of you might have heard of this story. It's a very famous story. Hundreds of fish were being washed ashore. They're all, on the beach. They're all trying to survive, rolling in all directions, hoping they will get back to water. Some of them are managing to go back to water. Some, they don't know in which direction is water. They just all jumping and, struggling to save their lives. And this girl is picking one fish, throws it back into the sea, bends down, picks up another fish, throws it back to the sea. And even while she's throwing one fish back, 100 fish are being washed ashore. So I get very curious. I walk up, look at her, couple of minutes. I felt something's wrong with this girl. But anyway, still felt like asking. So I asked the girl, I said, can I please disturb you for a while? She looks at me, throws another fish and says, yes, sir. So I ask her, hundreds of fish are being thrown ashore. And you're picking one fish, throwing. Even when you're throwing one fish, another 100 are coming. Are you jobless? Are you mindless? What use of what you're doing? For all that, the fish you're throwing, in the very next second must be getting washed ashore again. So what is this? What is this, wasteful work you're into? The girl looks at me again, bends down, picks up another fish, and she says, I don't know about the other fish. Maybe this one fish will survive. She throws that one fish back into the sea. That's it. You and I need to do this. We are like that girl. We need to throw every one of our unsustainable activities, whatever those unsustainable activities, whatever the unlivable activities, whatever the unstable activities. I use two words for sustainability. I don't use the word sustainability much. I don't like it. I like to use the word stability and livability. We all need stable economics, stable jobs, stable family, stable relationships, stable governance. Everything stable, isn't it? Right? So stability is needed. Secondly, we all look for livability. This is for everybody. There should be livability for every organism in this earth, every tree, every microorganism on this earth. Can any one person hear me?
Yes, sir. Now it's clear.
Can any one person hear me? Can
Yes.
anybody?
Yes,
Can all hear me?
we can
Anyway,
hear. We can hear
I
you
don't
now.
know what to do. I think this, I just have to. It's again lost. It says you lost your network connection. I have to now. Now it's clear? Okay. I was just trying to say, I don't know how far you heard. I was just trying to say that you and me should be like this girl. We all should try to throw away at least one unsustainable, one unlivable, one unstable habit of ours, practice of ours, purchase of ours, policy of ours, thought of ours, action of ours, behavior of ours, aspiration of ours, desire of ours, whatever it can be like. Every day, start throwing one out. We'll all be able to lead a more sustainable life. The word I don't like, but that's the best word at the moment. And if there is sustainability, there will not be hopefully climate change. But if you are not living a life of that kind, we would be creating an unsustainable living, and unsustainable living will lead to disasters. And forever we'll be discussing how to manage disasters. So let us see whether we can not manage disasters, but let's see if we can eliminate disasters. With that, thank you very much. That's the end of the talks. It took 2 minutes more because of this. I have 2.5G connection here in my village, so that has affected. Vidya, I'm done with.
Thank you, sir, for such an interactive session and very informative as well. Now, I would like to invite Srishyam sir to deliver vote of thanks. Participants kindly fill up the feedback form. The link of the same is shared in the chat box.
And all of you are welcome to write to me at varanashi@gmail. In the beginning, I put it, or others also can connect it. And anything one can, so that one can be stayed connected. Okay. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, sir. The topic of your discussion was too broad that I'm not able to pick where to start. Actually, you started the topic with correcting a bit. The topic, the heading was a bit corrected by you from disaster management. You changed direct desire management, and naturally you have you're able to connect both by by desire management. We can actually do the disaster management, and by managing desire we can avoid disaster as such. That was the first thing you told. Then what are the reasons for why we are not doing what we are supposed to do? Many reasons you cited, we all together cited. Then the solutions were discussed. Then and one thing you were specific about was consuming lesser resources. And I think I have heard you somewhere in one of your interviews. I think I have heard you saying a term called PRC, which is personal resource consumption, where and I think you're not going in the flights, reducing the usage consumption are all part of this personal resource consumption. So apart from the technical side of disaster management, this was a offbeat kind of delivery of your session. And, thank you for that, sir. And the full 2 hours was really engaging. And thank you once again. Thank you once again, all the participants. Head of the department, Syed Jalaluddin Shah, thank you, and all the participants. Prasanna Madam, thank you all from the Civil Engineering Department. Thank you, sir.
Thank you all. Stay in touch.
Thank you, sir. That's the end of today's program. Hope all the participants have filled the feedback form. Thank you all.
Thank you. Bye. Goodbye. See you. All best. I'm leaving the meeting.